Respect. 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 Respect.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the ICC Under 19 Men's Africa Division 2 qualifiers. It is here live in Rwanda. Today we'll be watching a great game between Team Uganda and Team Nigeria. And joining me here at the pitch, we have two captains, Ramon for Team Nigeria and Rubanga Kene for Team Uganda, and the umpire who will be officiating the toss just few moments away to know who will be going to gain the early advantage of winning the toss. Team Nigeria will be the home team. We can proceed by flipping the coin. Tails the call, and tails it is. Captain, please get closer. You have won the toss. Team Uganda have won the toss. What are you going to do first?
They won't field first.
Why fielding first at this surface?
Like how the wicket is looking like. Yeah, I see our bowlers are going to do their work so well.
And now you are sending Nigeria into bat first. What is the total score? Are you looking for to restrict them below?
The total score that we're restricting Nigeria below is 150.
All the best, Captain.
Thank you.
Captain, get closer. You have lost the toss. If you could have won the toss, what were you going to do first?
I was actually hoping to bowl first.
Now you're going to bat first. What's the plan?
Yeah, it stays the same. 180, 200 total, and we are good.
All the best, Captain.
Thank you.
That was it from two captains, one of Uganda and one of Nigeria. Team Uganda have won the toss and they are going to half ball first. Good morning again, and welcome to the first innings of ICC Under 19 Africa Division 2 qualifiers. This is a clash between Uganda and Nigeria at GAHANGA Cricket Stadium in Kigali. Both captains, both teams are ready in the middle as the baby cricket cranes and the junior yellow greens now trying to take the victory away from each other. Recent head-to-head encounters, Team Uganda holds a historical advantage over Nigeria. In recent under 19 encounters, though both sides have traded critical wins over the years, but Team Uganda holds a historical advantage over Team Nigeria. Now let us see what's going to be the results of this encounter. Lali Elton Itagi is the opening bowler for Team Uganda, delivering some great deliveries, some good lines and the length, not allowing Team Nigeria to get anything. But again, it's 50 overs. No need of pressure here. They've got 300 deliveries to be played. All they're trying to do is just make sure that they stay there for too long. Loud appeal, but umpire shows no interest. Seems like where the ball was and where the bat was, there was no contact. What a great pitch of delivery that is. And that's the end of the very first over. Over number one is done and no run on the board. Lely Elton Itagi doing a very fine job. This is number 68 for Team Uganda. And coming from the other end, it's just number 58, Felix Okani. Confidence. You can see confidence from the both sides. Andrew Abba on the crease, getting ready to face the first delivery of the second over. Is Felix Okan. Straight and the misfield in the covers. But the batter on the other end, non-striking end, Hosana Monkobio, wasn't ready to take that single. But again, this is what 50 overs brings on the table. You are always counting risks. Risk to take and risks not to take. And that was one not to take. Team Uganda starting off with dominance here. Team Uganda dominating Team Nigeria. Andrew Abba looking forward to go off the mark, trying to get that single. No, it's the call. I'm telling you, Team Uganda, they're just keeping it tight for Team Nigeria. And three teams, three best teams will be qualified to Division 1. An edge and straight to the man in the slip. And first wicket goes down. It's Andrew Abba who was just trying to go off the mark, trying to spot the right angles, the right place to put the ball. But unfortunately, the player, the fielder in the sleep, wasn't sleeping at all. He saw that one coming. It was just few inches away from the wicket keeper, and the wicket keeper couldn't stop that. But Brace Mill Ali watched it coming, and without single hesitation, he grabbed it. We've been talking about the statistics, and numbers never lie. In 2025, Team Uganda putting 84 all out just in 37 overs, and again they have managed to restrict Nigeria below that score of 8-4, where Nigeria have scored 69 all out, and Uganda have won by 15 runs. Even in 2021, the under 19, which have qualified to the World Cup, under 19 of Baguma Benji and Mia Juma and Kakuru Cyrus, Team Nigeria have lost to Uganda by 82 runs, where Team Uganda have put 207 just in 50 overs, and Nigeria have posted 125 all out just in 45 overs. And again, Uganda have won by 82 runs. Even in 2019, where Nigeria, just in 2019, that's where Nigeria have won over Uganda by 30 runs. But technically, statistically, Uganda holds a great advantage when it comes to them playing against Nigeria. And that's the end of over number 2. 2 overs done, and 1 wicket is down. 2 overs done with the loss of 1. And captain comes 1 down, Ali Lamon. Andrew Abba trying to go for the right placement, but missing everything completely. He was just trying to put some score on the board for the team, but again, you can't get it right all the times. What a line. Some lovely placement from Baby Cricket Cranes. Lily Elton, Tagi, not allowing these guys to get those runs freely. You have to earn everything. Anik, even from the commentary box, I can hear the sound of the bat, and the wicket number 2 goes down. Beg your pardon, wicket number 2 goes down. Oh my God, tragedy for Team Nigeria. Another man went down. Osana Omonkobio. Earlier on the toss, the captain of Uganda saying that they're just trying to restrict Team Nigeria under 150. The captain of Nigeria saying that they are trying to cruise into 200s. But now you can see, but still too early to decide. Still too early to decide, I'm telling you. But as you have said about the statistics, Team Uganda holds historical advantage over Nigeria, and now it seems like history is about to repeat itself. Over number 3, and 2 wickets have gone already. Get tight. Not even Lally, even Felix. These two opening bowlers of Uganda are showing Nigeria some classy movements. Now the coach of Team Nigeria will need to be thinking twice about the batter coming in, because a single mistake, wrong decisions, Team Nigeria are not going to cross the boundary that Team Uganda have said that they are looking for, to set a great shot from a great guy without taking too long. He is off the mark with that boundary. And it's the first runs coming on the board for Team Nigeria. Peculiar Egmas. Much needed boundary at this stage of the game. But hopefully, these dot deliveries from Ugandan boys are not going to apply pressure on Nigerians. Because the moment pressure comes in, that's when Felix and Lally are going to take the great advantage over that. What a great pitch of delivery. You can now see, because the 2 wickets which have been taken, they've been taken behind the stumps. It was the wicket keeper and even the fielder in the slips. So now I think these bowlers, they just have to be aware that these Nigerians are not capitalizing anything coming on the offside. So if you can just keep it there all day long, they're going to create some chances. We have seen that. Loud appeal, but umpire shows no interest at all. And that's the end of over number 3. Just 4 runs on the board after the loss of 2 wickets. Still too early to decide who's going to win. And here in the commentary box, I've got privilege to be with the media manager of Team Uganda. I think he have a lot about the inside the stats and some predictions. I know Ivan is the man who can predict things. Ivan, good morning and welcome.
Thank you so much, my brother Enoch, and I'm happy to be here again. 4 runs for a loss of 3 wickets is where the scoreboard stands at the moment for the Yellow Greens, the under-19 team of Uganda. And as you can see there from the frame, Felix Chan is back the attack for the Ugandan under-19 team. They love calling themselves the baby cricket cranes, but now here it is match day 1 of the ICC Men's under-19 World Cup Africa Division 2 qualifier. Here in Kigali, this game broadcasting live from the GAHANGA Stadium. And you feel that Uganda has made a very good start. They wanted just an upset to ball fast, and now the plan is working out in their favor because they have made sure that they reduce the period only 4 for 2, and they are making sure that they continue doing the nitty-gritty work. And when you look at the plan that has been working out for Uganda, is that they have been bowling outside off stump, and that's where they have been picking up many of the dot balls. The first 2 overs were both maiden overs, the second over being a double wicket maiden over from Felix Ochan. And when he comes back, they're not trying so many things. They're just making sure that they continue doing the good thing they have been doing from the start of the innings. The ball which was dispatched away peculiar for a boundary in the previous over there, which was bowled by Larry Itagi. He was trying to bowl it close to the pads. That's why it was set to work leg side. But when he resumed his normal lane, he kept on picking the dot balls.
As you've said, anything kept on the off stump. These guys are struggling to play it because you have seen even those 2 wickets. Now look, the moment he tried to cover drive that one, got an inside edge, close and close to get to the stumps.
Now you see now the issue for the Nigerians is that they are not moving their feet. So unless someone can get close to the ball and maybe open up the plate and play the cut short, it's when you can capitalize on the rivers that are being bowled outside off stump. But for them, what they are doing is that they have the idea of driving, but then when you try to go for the off drive on the ball which is outside off stump, it keeps going. Even the catch that was taken by Abrazmir Ali, the first wicket which fell, that ball was somehow angling away from the batter. The first wicket that fell was his number 99, which was Andrew Abak. The ball was drifting away from him, so when he drew the bat there, he just got a little further, and then Abrazmir Ali took the catch at first slips. And look at that one there. There was some bit of bounce, but the wicket keeper doing a mess of it. Should be called by runs there by the umpire. Robert would not get called out that opportunity, but that was some good patches there from the surface by Felix Ochan, and you can't blame it for that. And Robert only because many balls have been keeping low, he didn't imagine that there was one which gets an extra bounce.
Team Uganda trying to keep it tight and to keep this momentum up so that they cannot allow Nigeria to go above 150 as they have said on the toss. Again, another nick close to touch the bat. And it was going to be a different story. Not the happiest one, but the sad one for Team Nigeria. As Ivan said, I think Team Nigeria, they just have to be aware that everything they are playing on the offside is creating a change. So these two, they just need to know that if they can at least open up their front leg and tries to play on their front leg, I mean, it's going to be a different thing, not creating a chance to these two guys behind the stumps, Ivan. And that's the end of over.
9-2 is the score after 4 overs. The game clearly moving in the favor of the baby cricket cranes. Not sure if you give the shout out to the umpires standing in this game. Zara from Zimbabwe standing alongside Christian Gasana, born and bred from here in Rwanda. Now calling those the soil. And this game is from Kenya. That gentleman called Isaac Oyeko, who was right there to the toss. But now Larry Itagi is also back into the attack for Uganda. Well, Itagi, despite conceding a ball in his previous over, he has so far bowled 2 overs. One of those 2 overs, they made it the very first over of the match, and he has a wicket in his spell. Whereas Felix Ochan also has 1 wicket after bowling 2 overs. And now it is Larry returning for Uganda. 9-2 is the score.
Captain trying to open up but was kept wide. I think that's the very first wide of this game. But again, if you look closely where the front leg of the captain was and where the ball was, there was no contact. There was no chance of even hitting that if it was not even a wide.
Yeah, now here's what Larry was thinking, because they have been bowling outside of stuff and it was working out for them. He wanted to bowl it slightly away from the batter, just to swing outwards and go out of the farm lanes for wide. But you see why that's much better. He bowls it close that 4th stump line, the area of uncertainty, and the captain for Nigeria didn't really get close to the ball and he picks up the dot ball. And different from the other occasion is that ball keeps a little low. Like when he bowls it, just leaves it to swing through the line. And this should be the plan. Ball it close to the 4th stump so that if it swings out, it can pass close to the 50th stump or 60th stump line, and you continue picking up those dot balls. And the protection there for Uganda, they have kept the 3rd man who is very wide, and the failure who is also wide, because they know there will be some edges coming from the blades of the batters. That ball hitting the ground, that appeal there from Robert Uru will go in vain. The captain trying to throw his bat around, but again the ball just hitting down the ground. But when you look at the current passage of play so far, really in good favor of the Ugandans because they wanted to limit Nigeria to something below 150. And apparently, the projected score is 116 because the counter is put on 3-1. So meaning for the Nigerians to get to close to 100, they need to do something where they need to do something out of this world to make sure that maybe they do some bit of hitting and making sure that they get to that score. But again, looking at a long game, because it's a 50 overs game, always the target is in the first 10 overs, see off the shine. Make sure that you let the ball blow always. It matter a lot how many runs you do have on board, in my opinion. But then, if you see off the shine without maybe losing a wicket, always one wicket to the part, it will be very good for the Nigerians. Then, the middle overs, when you're going to start to bring on the spinners, you bring guys who can rotate around, strike, and make sure that you make them tired. Make sure that you play all the 50 overs. That's how you can stand a very big chance of winning the job. And look at the Elite League for Rwanda, which was 50 overs and played on this ground. 250 would be so that you can come out and defend. That's ball 2 full there from Larry Itagi, but you'll be happy that he was not punished.
Ivan, I was looking on the stats, and they say that numbers never lie. But I've seen that in previous under 19s, Team Uganda have been dominating over Team Nigeria on the extent, even the moment they have set 86, they have also managed to defend it. Does this give you confidence that even though you can set 100, you can comfortably defend it all? Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, I don't want to say that Uganda had the chance of batting first and scored 100. They can come out and defend it. It might be a little hard. Because I tell you something, Enoch, is that when you look at the way cricket is at the moment, the game has continued to grow. The way Rwanda was in the previous qualifiers in Dar es Salaam, which happened in 2023, where unfortunately Rwanda did not qualify. So that was 2024. Rwanda losing out 30 placement game to Sierra Leone, and Sierra Leone joining Nigeria and Tanzania to advance to the Division 1. So there has been some change in the game. Uganda can play something like 200, but 100 it could be very fed. Or when you look at under 19 cricket in Uganda, the boys under 19 team is one of the most celebrated team. It has made 3 World Cup appearances. One of those World Cup appearances happening in 2004. It was played in Dhaka, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Then in 2006 they went to Colombo and played in the second World Cup. Then the last one was in 2022. You remember that qualifier was played within Rwanda. They didn't have a Division 2. It was only Division 1 and Rwanda hosting that one. Then Uganda qualifying and advancing that World Cup. The qualifier was in 2023 post-COVID. Then the World Cup was, the qualifier was in 2021 post-COVID. The World Cup was in 2022. So Uganda is one of those countries that have always been in that under-19 World Cup. Some are people there because that ball was angling in from Felix Ochena but not given by the umpire. So now getting back to my point, when you look at the countries who have been passing through these qualifiers, it is only Namibia which has qualified for the 19 World Cup more times compared to Uganda. Uganda being one of those other countries that can the World Cup. Tanzania also has an appearance, but Nigeria, you can't bog them down because they've also ever been in that World Cup, the 19 World Cup. So clearly, every time you've had glory in one of the categories, you make sure that you put all your resources there. So Uganda maybe getting 200 would be ideal for them to come out and defend. But clearly they come into this tournament as favorites because they have really done that hard work. The coach said, the head coach for Uganda, Grace Mchagaba, said that the relegation of Uganda into Division 2, because this is the first time Uganda has gotten relegated. It was relegated last year in Lagos, Nigeria. So because playing for the Division 2 for the very first time, the coach said they will have to use this as a motivation. Remember the story for Tanzania, they went to the World Cup. They won all their games in Division 2, then came and won all their games in Division 1, went to the World Cup unbeaten. That World Cup happening in South Africa. But there is a wicket here. Pinpoint accuracy there from Felix Ochan beating the captain. And Uganda picks up the third wicket. Felix Ochan putting the second in his name.
The ball was good, the line and the length, but again, not better as the celebration from the man himself, giving some salutes to the fans and the dugouts. Tragedy continues for Team Nigeria. Ivan, I can see that the captain was serious when he said that they are going to make sure that they're not going to go above 150.
Tragedy said Enoch, and indeed tragedy there for the Nigerians. The captain was looking a little well poised. When you look at the current passage of the game, he has been trying to make sure that he stays off the shine. But because Felix Okian has been bowling the balls that are drifting away from him, when you got that reverse swing, the ball swinging back to the wickets, it beat him. But the Nigerians, some bit of trouble, 11 for 3 after 5.3 overs. And when you look at the performance of the captain, clearly he was moving on. It's confirming here. He was moving on. He had 2 off 13. So clearly the plan for him was to stay off the shine. But just being beaten by that bit of reverse swinging delivery. Now the captain will be replaced by a man called Kenneth Boniface. The new batter making his way to the middle. Peculiar Egmas, who is on 4 of 8, right waiting on the other end. But clearly this has been a good plan for the Ugandans. The coach, I had him whispering to the players, telling them, "You're not going to do a lot of things. Let's go and do the simple basics of cricket with a lot of things." And clearly now the plan is working out for Uganda because they're not bowling a lot to look for the wickets, but they're just making sure that they pick the dot balls to make sure now the Nigerians kicking and wandering. So they now get themselves onto pressure. They keep on pressure. See a change in the field setup a little, but the change is in movement of the fielders outside. All the fielders outside are coming a little closer to the batter. Make sure that there is some bit of pressure. That alone, the new man in Boniface.
I can see that the bowlers are now aware of the weaknesses and strength of Nigerians. Now they are letting the wicketkeeper plays with the batter. Anything kept on the first stump is making Nigerians to suffer. Kenneth Boniface, who's new blood on the crease, now trying to go off the mark, trying to get the single. And here, what I see that can be the key is now strike rotation. If they can communicate and be sure that they're going to keep rotating, getting those singles and doubles, just not trying to hold a strike alone. Because you've seen the captain, the previous wicket, was just trying to play it safe around the surface, around there on the crease. And these guys from Uganda, very serious when it comes to grabbing victory. So you can't play it safe just like that and expect yourself to last for too long. Driven, not driven enough.
That's one of the best shots that I've seen on the day. But that shot will only bring us to the end of the over. And when we look at what the scoreboard reads, 11 for a loss of 3 is where the scoreboard reads as we come to the end of the 6th over. Because it's a 50 overs, 2 power plays. We are ready with 4 overs to come to the end of the first power play, where we're going to be using 4 fielders outside the 30. Then the last power play will be the last 10 overs of the innings, which will be from over number 41 up to 50, where now Uganda will be using 5 fielders outside. But for now, it is Larry Itagi who returns into the attack. Larry Itagi hails from a place called Fort Portal City, down in the western part of Uganda. It's a product of the Nyakasura school. And when you look at the team which qualified for Uganda being the 13 World Cup in 2022, it had players from the Nyakasura end. Players like the captain in software, then Pasco Munji, players like Isaac Sanyo Ategeka, players like Matthew Msimbuzi, Joseph Waguma, all of those were from that place. So now 2 players come from that region. And in this current under-19 team for Uganda, there is Larry Itagi in this team alongside Samuel Ahaisigwe. Larry Itagi, Sima, then Samuel Ahisibe is a top order batsman. Yeah, so clear. And also in the reserves, there is one Ben Solomon Muligo, who is also from Nakasula side. Then Felix Ochan, who has been bowling from the other side of the ground, comes from the northern part of Uganda. He comes from a place called Igulu, the home of the elephants. As I love saying, Kodipa Liech, welcome to the home of the elephants. Now, therefore, Felix Ochan, also, he's not alone on the team. There are two other players who come from the northern part of the country. The other being Ronald Rubanga Kenny and the captain Daniel Alex Rubanga Kenny. Both of them come from the northern region. The word Rubanga Kenny has something to do with God, because Rubanga means God. So I think maybe Rubanga Kenny is something like thanking God, but I'm not so sure because I also don't come from there. Then again, speak about other players. We have a player who comes from the eastern region. That one be a gentleman called Kenneth Isuko from the eastern region. Eric is also from the eastern region. Then from the central region, have players like Kamidu Munigwa, Jackson Asifu, Kasim Adam. All those ones within this mix of the team. So clearly it tells you that when these coaches, Bruce Mutiagaba and Nathan Sebadi, were looking for the players, they never targeted a particular region, but they were going to make sure that they pick out talent from the entire Uganda to make sure that they now bring together the talent to make sure that Uganda chases glory aside. And when you hear the message from the head coach, Grace Mutiagaba, it clearly says that Uganda does not belong here. Uganda belongs to Division 1. So clearly we see that even from the performance from the boys. But then the second word there in the innings, it's the first one for Larry Itagi. Sorry, it is the second one for Larry Itagi because the ball went outside of Supreme in the previous overs. Then he has now bowled one outside, one down the leg. But you feel that way down the leg is getting off the plan for him. He needs to adjust and make sure he bowls outside off stump as he has been doing.
Trying to pick that one up, trying to get that gap, because you can see behind the mid off there is nothing apart from that empty space and that rope. So he wanted just to go for in that region so that he can get a boundary. But again, we've been talking about this, Ivan. The moment you start to target those things without concerning about those wickets and runs you've got on the board, that's where you mess up everything. Much better telling these boys from Uganda are not playing. Even though it's a game, but they're not playing, you can see. There is no jokes. As you say, they don't belong here, you can see. Maybe some of them, they even think that they belong to the World Cup because the way they are holding it tight, it clearly shows the message of what they want to get at the end of the day.
That World Cup will be played in 2028. That's called Bangladesh. Uganda qualified for the World Cup. It was in Dhaka, Bangladesh in 2004. So you can call it a deja vu moment if they do make it again. But it will have work to do, because when you look at this qualifier which is being played currently here in Rwanda, three teams will advance to Division 1. And those teams will advance from this qualifier. We find Kenya, Tanzania, and Namibia waiting the other side, Div 1. So this might see you get done with half of the work, but it will not mean that you've really made it to the World Cup already. But the dream for them is make sure that, yeah, they bring back to Uganda and take Uganda into another World Cup. Apish, straight to the hands of the fielder, but squandered away by that man there, Felix Ochan. The skill was okay, but then he didn't get hold onto it. You somehow feel, oh, sorry, it's not Felix Ochan, it is Mokisa Eric. You somehow feel that maybe if he had held firmly onto it, it could have been the fourth wicket for Uganda. But nonetheless, the chance created and the chance put down bring us to the end of the over. He feels dejected, but being a young person, yeah, there are so many chances can still come out of your way. And I tell you, one of the things I don't like is many of these players may be doing mistakes and again they continue blaming themselves for them. But as we come to the end of over number 7, the scoreboard reads 14 for a loss of 3. Uganda winning the toss and opting to bowl first in this game, but they have made a very good start. 3 more overs remaining in the power play. And there is another game which is happening just right in our neighborhood between Rwanda and Mozambique under 19. Just giving a brief update on that game. Rwanda won the toss and opted to bat first. And they are cruising very nicely. They have 73 for a loss of 3 after 8.3 overs. Good start there for Rwanda under 19. Whereas from the IPRC cricket ground down in the city near the Central Business District, Ghana is taking on Sierra Leone under 19. And the update from that game is that Sierra Leone won the toss and elected to field first, and Ghana is 28 for a loss of 2 wickets. But back to the action here. Felix Ochan is back with the attack for Uganda. What I loved about Felix Ochan is that he bowls a few outside off stump. He bowls a few drifting away from the batter, then looks for that reverse swing and brings one back into the stumps. So it working out for him as he got rid of the captain for Nigeria. The captain for Nigeria is Ali Ramon, that nipping back deliver which got him bowled.
Up in there, a chance, and it's not a lot, but few inches just from calling it a run out because they were just trying to get that single. Even the captain, I mean the wicket keeper Robert, was just trying to move forward so that he can grab that one. But unfortunately, it went down. Uganda dominating from the very first delivery till now. Not only under 19 Ivan, even Challenge League B, those guys, the way they have been playing, the way they have been, I mean, the way they have been doing what they have done, it really shows a lot from the preparations which have been done by the coaches and even the players.
Look at the formation for Team Uganda. Ever since they got relegated to the Division 2, they have had 3 camps. One of those camps was played after the boys' nationals last year, and it was in the first coach for then they have had 2 camps before they hosted Rwanda in Uganda for the HPC Cup, which was on the they hosted 1 camp. Then also prior to this tournament, these boys came from camp. So clearly these camps are for them. And then Uganda has been testing, this Ugandan team has been testing itself, the emerging team, the Uganda emerging team. So clearly they got a few wins against the emerging team of Uganda. But I tell you, even losing to the emerging team by about 20 runs, it means that you are a team which is ready to compete in open. And these are some of them to them. When you look at most of the boys here, they play in other league in Uganda. Some boys like Felix Ochan have regional leagues. Yeah, they come from Gulu. So that's how the team has been preparing before they came to this qualifier. But now, as we come to the end of the 8th over, 14 for a loss of 3 is all the scoreboard reads for the Nigerians. Now, what the Nigerians need to do doing at the moment is to just try and make sure that they hang around. When they have lost 3 wickets, but remember, only 8 overs have been played. It clearly tells you that more 42 overs are remaining. So when you hang around, things that happen are Uganda will get frustrated. They will also get tired. They will also try getting. They will also try many things. We'll see many overs coming. We'll see bowlers try ball stuff like for the wickets, and then we try to capture those chances and get as many runs as they can. But for now, it is Larry Itagi who is back for Uganda to hold the over of the innings.
Right on the money. Ivan, I was talking about the Challenge League B. I've seen the results. Uganda have won, by, is it 90 runs? It's 90 runs, I think, against Tanzania. Now, if you get some time, you can tell me what's the mentality going in that Challenge League B, just in Dar es Salaam.
Now, of course, Uganda went into that Challenge League B, the final leg. It has 3 legs. The first one was hosted in Uganda. The second one was last year in Hong Kong, China. And now, Uganda went into Dar es Salaam with 18 points. and they were on top of the table. But remember, out of the nations that are playing in the Challenge League tournament, only one nation will qualify, will advance to the next qualifying round. You go to the next qualifying round where you find the teams which have been relegated from the ODI cycle. You play against them. Then when you finish in top 4, you get the ODI status, and you also advance to the next qualifying round for now the World Cup. Remember now the World Cup was last played in India. 2 teams will be relegated, and those 2 teams are Netherlands and Sri Lanka. They got relegated, but when they keep playing the ODI cycles, teams keep accumulating points that can take them back to the World Cup based on the rankings. And when the first ODI between Afghanistan and Ireland was washed out just a few days ago, it was confirmed that Ireland can now secure points which give them automatic qualification for the World Cup. Meaning they have to, because the World Cup is 6 countries. Nations. So meaning one of the teams will be playing in that final round of qualification World Cup is Ireland. So now plus the top will be coming into the same because they are the Challenge League B, the Challenge League A. Challenge League A has nations like Jersey, Kenya, they're also facing on the other side. Whereas the Challenge League there is Tanzania, Uganda, Singapore, Hong Kong, China, Italy. The other nation. So now Uganda needs to make sure that they finish on top of the table plus the next round. And the message was steadfast clear from the high performance team, from the board in Cricket Uganda, from everyone in Uganda that Uganda is now chasing for the ODI status. Because when you have ODI status, many things happen for the nation. Things like you host quality, you have quality competition. Because look at the countries that are in that, which are in the ODI, countries like Scotland, Nepal, Canada, USA, they all do well in Uganda. So you need to make sure that you get that ODI status. It helps the country grow. Because first of all, you receive more money from the International Cricket Council, which can help you to run many activities to get quality opposition. You see, maybe when you're hosting a country like Canada, you can say, let's have a T20I series. That's when we see the full maybe the next Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania play here because if you play those high rank nations, you also stand a chance of maybe picking some ranking points, which is how the cricket continues to play. So now, because Uganda has been in Challenge League B, the last round which was played for the Challenge League B, Uganda missed out was just the next round of qualification. But now the target from the boys and girls was that's why yesterday they had an opening game. That opening game happening against the hosts Tanzania. That was reduced to 20 overs after rain interruption. Then Uganda still holding now and winning that game by the dearest method. And the player of match in that game was Henry Senyundo after picking up 3 wickets. Uganda winning that game by 90 runs. But the business in Tanzania is not over for Uganda because they'll be returning in action tomorrow. We'll have to speak here briefly. Tell you who they'll be playing next. It's very popular where I am. So I can make it clear, but I'll be sharing with you just shortly. So now that's the target we have for Uganda. Let's make sure that they win. Also, when you go to the next round of qualification, you play some 48 games. One day internationally. So when players really want to have something that what there is there, suppose it says you tell me that there is a great place and most of the players. But we've come to the end of the penultimate over to end this power play. The ninth over of the game to be specific. And Nigeria has a 16 for a loss of 3 after 9 overs. Now this over which will be ball at the moment. They think Richard will be the last over the first half of the innings. Then afterwards, we're going to be using 4 players. Maybe it's determined that we see some bit of spinners. And look at the spin attack for Uganda. It will be led by Richard Sohera, in there, Devash Kumar, Ritesh Patel, one of the spinners, and so clearly, Uganda having some bit of depth in terms of bowling and batting in this current fixture.
Playing into the what? onto the leg side, and again Korea trying to flick that one, but finding a beast fielder. Only busy, but sharp one. Samuel Aisibwe.
The fix is right here for the Challenge League B. Uganda will be playing tomorrow against Italy. So they will be playing on Tuesday against Italy at 9 a.m. It's played uppish there. There was some chance to catch there by Felix Ochan, but not right in his follow through. I feel that maybe they feel that mid wicket or the fielder at mid off had a very big chance of catching that one. That it is another chance that has half chance that has been created by Uganda. In the end, they put away.
Again trying to go for a flick shot, and it runs all the way to the boundary. The fielder at midpoint, at mid wicket, not aware of that because he even started to run. He started to chase that delivery after the ball was just cruising to the boundary.
Yeah, when you look at the balls have been getting wickets for Felix Ochan, and the balls have been nipping back. The previous one, which was played uppish, and the half chase I was talking about, it was nipping back. So the batter trying to go forward and then played it up. Now Felix Ochan didn't learn from that. He bowled the same ball again. It was easier for the batter to work it around in the corner and pick up that boundary. It is the second boundary in the innings for the Nigerians. And again, now the overcushion there from Felix Ochan will give them a wide. Now those are 5 runs. That's what I was saying. When you hang around, you stand a very big chance of capitalizing on many of these chances. Now, these two batters have been hanging around. And I feel now Felix Ochan is getting frustrated because he knows he's bowling in the last quarter of the power play. He knows the captain may not give him an opportunity to bowl when the power play comes to the end. Even he has bowled 5 overs, he has started getting that. Maybe we see something that's coming into the attack. So Felix Ochan is doing so many things going for this pool and maybe so it for him a wicket. Yeah, that's much better there from Ochan. Don't think wickets. I think about good things. And he picks up another wet ball there for the men in yellow. Batters are cruising nicely. Third base is on top of 17. Egamas 16. Both of them have each their names. So clearly it tells you that if these two men can hang around, yes, their coach Daniel Gime will be very, very happy for the side. Because again, there is a fielder, but that might beat him. No. Good fielding there from Larry Itagi, putting his body down on the line. And what could have been a certain boundary for the men in green and yellow sleeves. It's well served by Larry Itagi. Brilliant piece of fielding there from the youngster.
Another athleticism by Lali Itagi. But it's all about awareness. It's all about being in the field. He was just right there. He saw it coming, and he really committed to it.
Yesterday during the press conference, the coach for the men in yellow and green, Nigeria under 19, Daniel Gime, said that yes, Uganda is one of the tough oppositions in this tournament, that the South will carry optimism coming forward into this game. So clearly, it will show you that Uganda may not do like work against Nigeria. These Nigerians can hang around. They also stand a very big chance of making sure that maybe they come out and pick a result from this game. We've come to the end of the power play, and Nigeria has 24 for a loss of 3. You feel that what they have in terms of scores, the runs 24 is not a problem. The only issue of course is that they have lost 3 wickets. So meaning if they lose about more wickets, clearly Uganda will be the title of Nigeria. So now what these two should be thinking is hanging around to make sure that maybe they can score more runs for Nigeria. Uganda will take a bowling change as they come to the end of the power play, and it will be Jackson Asiku replacing Larry Itag. Jackson Asiku also bowls medium pace, but the difference from him and Larry is that Larry bowls it too quick. Whereas Jackson Asuku bowls some bit of cutters. He bowls off cutters and leg cutters. He bowls like a player called Dinesh Kumar, Karan Nakran, who plays for the Cricket Queens. So he's been trying to replicate the way he bowls. So one thing about his bowling is that because he bowls the cutters, he always launches batters into shocks. That's why the coach makes that change. But then because there is no other seamer in the team, we might be seeing a spinner coming to the other side where Ochan Pels have been bowling it from.
Egemas on the strike. Right after saying it, Ivan, that the guy delivers some cutters. Now look at Robert standing up right on the stumps, saying that if the batter can rush into the delivery and he misses, I'm going to do my great work.
And that's how he bowls, brings the ball back into the batters. So you have to be very, very cautious. You always stand, sorry, make sure that you're very, very cautious. Never let go of legs. As you did speak about Robert is coming close to the start, that he will put some bit of pressure on the batters. Because the balls will be pitched into back out of leg about and playing it down. But then because the wicketkeeper is close, you feel sticking in the crease a good idea. You look at that ball there again, nipping back but missed by the batter. And the field setup is interesting because the balls are drifting into the batters. There is protection. Larry Itag is standing at long off. There is a cow corner fielder. I can't see the face all, but looks like Samaru Ahaisiwe, basing on the stature. No. Yeah, it is Samaru Ahaisiwe there. Straight to the hands of the fielder there. Divansh Kumar, Ritesh Patel, who does no mistake but gets hold onto that opportunity. Jackson Asuku into the attack and Jackson Asuku into the wickets. Uganda cause trouble to the men in green and yellow.
Egmas, after staying there just for some time, Ivan have been saying it that if Yellow Greens, junior Yellow Greens can just manage to stay there for too long, frustrations will come in. But now it's going vice versa. Ugandans are just holding their nerve. They're not being frustrated. But Team Nigeria, pressure is the main weapon that Uganda is using to get the most out from them, because every single delivery is coming with different results and different play. A new bowler in, and without taking too long, he picks a wicket of peculiar Egmas.
Yeah, that's Jackson Asuku. And that's what I was saying about his body. Because the balls are leaping back to the batters, now what you're thinking as a batter is to go forward and drive. So because the ball, he always pull them pace off. When you go to drive, you're always beaten by the pace. And at the time you raise up, sometimes they end up giving out catches. So that's why the plan has so far worked out for the Ugandans at the moment as they do now pick up another wicket. Your batter makes his way to the press. Daniel Ayodele. Some good drive. One person about that shot is that it comes from the middle of the bat straight to the middle fielder, Eric Moxer, but well fielded. Clearly now, Daniel Ayodele tries to show that he will be holding back. But a bit of trouble. 24 for 4. The Yellow Prince at the moment. So now that was a clear pace of delivery there from Jackson Asuku as he picks up another dot ball. Bowling spell so far for him. So far bowled 5 deliveries. 4 of them are dot balls, and one of them is a wicket. This will be the final ball to end his spell, Jackson.
Right on the money. Batter trying to block that one, but he can't get it to go, and it will be a dot. A maiden wicket, Ivan. And now you've been saying, you've said it. If they are going to lose, if they lose another 3 wickets, Now it will be up to the bowlers of Team Yellow Greens, which simply means that these two are now you have to hang there for too long. Otherwise, results are not going to be good for the very first innings.
Yeah, and the scoreboard reads 24 for a loss of 4 after 11 overs here at the Gahanga B Stadium. These two batters need to make sure that they do work of rebuilding the innings. Kenneth Boniface is on 6 of 18, whereas Daniel Ayodele, the new batter in, is on 9 of the week. But they need to make sure that they try and make sure that they do capitalize and try and find runs. 200 been defendable for the men in yellow green. But there's a bowling change again for Team Uganda. I predicted a spinner, and it is Richard Sohera, the leading spinner for the team, who makes his way into the attack. Sohera is part of the two returnees from the last Under-19 World Cup qualifiers that happened in Lagos, Nigeria. The other being Robert Ouli, the wicketkeeper batter, Devansh Kumar Patel, Ritesh, and Abraiz Mir Ali, the returners on the team. The others all being new faces, as well driven down the ground. And chipping in a dive there, Felix Ochan, they will cut off the boundary, but the men in yellow and green will take a double. Now, this is the issue for the spinners, floating it a little into the air and giving an opportunity to the batter to throw his arms around. And the man who has been holding Boniface man just pick up that double. That was a good placement. And look at the fielder who is standing at long on, standing very, very wide instead of standing a little straighter. Plays that one on the back foot and plays it a little late. Jackson asked with work to do, but they'll only take a single. But that is a very, very poor throw there from Asiku. And it will only be the backup from Devesh Kumar Patel, which will save Uganda from conceding extra runs. I told you, when you hang around, the mistakes start coming for Uganda. You see now Uganda exposing themselves. The throws really not looking so good. That he was forcing something because you've already gotten the ball. The batters are not showing any intention to protect him. So I want them to just make a stop to the keeper after rotating that. But these are young folks. You're not being young, you can do so many mistakes. And then maybe you regret later or maybe learn later. So head and adjust these lines. Much better there from Sohera. Little angling in, worked around the corner, but still fielded by Larry Itagi at short third. The deep square leg, big wicket. Long on. Upish and inside out short. This field is electric as the ball lands, it has to go to the boundary. And that's the third boundary there for the Nigerians.
Here, the equation is very simple, but far away from being easy. If this is the partnership. If these two can hang around for too long and make sure that they do knock around some runs, singles, doubles, and the boundary, telling you at least they're going to generate some fight in the very second innings. But if you can't put some good runs in the end, Ugandans are just going to come in and swallow them like nothing really happened in the first innings. And that's the end of the over. Ivan, back to that under 19 which qualified to the World Cup. I'm telling you that team was something else because the way it was composed, Juma Miyaji, Baguma Benji, and Pascal Mulungi, Cyrus. And I think those four have said they have already made their debut on the national team. So you can hear the way that team was really strong. I'm telling you, even from the very first delivery of Miyagi, I say this team doesn't belong here. The way they have been playing, the way they have been batting, the way they have been fielding, the mentality they had coming here in Rwanda. I'm very sure that everyone who watched those guys really knew that they are going into the World Cup. Even though Namibia was here, but we all knew that Ugandans, if they missed this chance, it will be like a bad luck because those guys were very composed.
Yeah, you did mention about the players who have made debuts with the senior men's team, and you forgot Pass Oloka, who was also part of that team. He made his debut in Namibia during the Castle Lake series a few years ago. And yeah, the others, Matthew Musinguzi, Joseph Baguma, Juma Miyaji, all of them earning their caps with the men's team. They are a group that dreamed and they're a group that achieved. And now the pressure that is onto the shoulders of some of these fielders, of some of these players playing currently for Uganda, is that they are moving, they are walking the feet of who already have of the feet of a team which has ever been at the World Cup. It's clear that is the benchmark, and the yardstick is very, very high for them. But Nigeria also has ever been in that World Cup, so clearly Nigeria also need to make sure that they finish maybe in top three, make sure that they make it the Division 1 qualifiers, and also can make sure that they stand a very big chance of fighting and make sure that they also earn something from that Division 1 qualifiers. ASCO, they are still continuing to do the good work, but from the other side, runs are flowing for Rwanda. Cedric Chizuzo has already scored a half century, 60 of 33, whereas he is at the cricket. He is at the crease. Sorry, he was caught and he is out. And the two at the crease now, there is Fabrice Kwizera and Jesper Nziza Karoro, the captain and wicketkeeper batter. And Rwanda winning the toss and electing to bat first against the under-19 team of Mozambique. Rwanda has 117 for 1 after 15 overs. Good start there for Rwanda. Bit of a floater here from Jackson Asuku, but it will be played straight to the fielder for a dotty ball. Well fielded there by Eric Mokisa. Uganda continuing to do the business here. But look at the field setup for the two bowlers who came after the power play, Jackson Asuku and Richard Sohera. Both of them have been having most protection leg side. Full toss there played down the ground. Larry Itagi trying to put his body down on the line, but it was a poor ball there from Jackson Asuku, and that goes all the way to the boundary. Fourth boundary for the Nigerians. Coming boundary there for the Nigerians. Jackson Asuku guilty of not pitching that ball. Yeah, long levers. The man there, Kenneth Boniface, making good work of it and playing it down the ground for 4 more. Much better there from Asuku Jackson as he now returns with the dot ball. For Richard Sohera, all the protection has been leg side, whereas for Jackson Asuku, because he has some quick balls, he has protection at third man, whereas the others, fine leg, deep square leg, and long on are the leg side fielders. Much better. Hesitation between the batters. Should be a run out. Yes. The batter already walking. The finger is already up in the sky. Some good reading. He wanted to maintain strike. Boniface. And in the end, he's led his partner into trouble. The Nigerians now do lose the 50th wicket. And it is Daniel Ayodele to make his way back to the hunt. 35 for a loss of 5 is what the scoreboard will read at the moment for the Nigerians.
Now it's up to Boniface. Now it's up to Boniface to build the right momentum for this side.
Look at that one out. You know, there was some bit of a mix-up because Boniface wanted to place over. He was looking at trying to maintain straight, and in the end, he just made sure that he led his partner into trouble. Looks like the umpires are calling for the drinks, and this one will be going in for the drinks break. But just looking at this game from right, the very start of it, Uganda winning the toss in this one at a moment where I felt like Uganda would have batted first. Said, no, we don't know how this surface will play. Let's bowl first and see how the Nigerians can take on the action here. Going into the wickets column first was Felix Ochan as he got rid of Andrew Abba. Then another wicket there by Larry Elton Itagi. A brilliant take. by the wicketkeeper Robert Owiri to dismiss Hosanna Omonfobiho. And the wicket spoiling including Ali Rahman, the captain, who was bowled by Felix Ochan. Then there was a good cut there by Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel, the son of Ritesh Patel, to dismiss peculiar ignorance. At Boniface Kenneth, the batter hanging around there for the side, currently has a team of 26. And after 13 overs, the scoreboard reads 35 for a loss of 5. In terms of wickets, Felix Ochan has 2, Larry Utag and Watson Asipo has 1 apiece, and the other defeated being a run out. Game not moving very much in favor for the Nigeria under 19 team, but they need to make sure that they do nothing where they do something where there was nothing and make sure they get a respectable total on board. The current run rate is 2.69 and the projected score for the Nigerians is just 135. Maybe they should target 150, 160. If you come and bowl well at it, you stand a very big chance of winning the match. It is the ICC Africa under 19 World Cup Division 2 qualifiers happening here. Rwanda. 3 grounds being used in this one, including the IPRC ground, the GAHANGA main over, and the GAHANGA B, and 6 nations in this one, including Uganda under 19, Mozambique under 19, Ghana under 19, Rwanda under 19, the first Nigeria under 19, Sierra Leone under 19. And only 3 will advance to the Division 1 qualifiers, whose venue and hosting country will be announced later on by the ICC. Whereas from that final Africa qualifier, the Division 1 team will make it to the World Cup. The World Cup will happen in 2028 in a country called Bangladesh.
Kenneth Boniface, 13 of 27, just with 2 boundaries on his name and the strike rate of 48.
Matter a lot in this type of cricket, what matters a lot is understanding your role, hanging around, making sure the runs. But returning into the attack for Uganda is he was actually expensive in his first over. 20 for 7 runs, wicketless, because he was bowling so many loose balls. But now he has a lot of work to do. His protection is 3 fielders having an extra fielder inside the 30 for these 2 batters, and he is using the at long on deep mid wicket and fine leg. Sorry, and deep square leg there. Start off with the dot ball.
Brett Young, the new batter in, already faced 4 deliveries. still trying to put a mark on his name. Goes up in there. There is a fielder in the deep, but he can't stop that one. He can just only watch it flying all over the rope. And that's the very first maximum of this game, even this innings. I mean, it was the last delivery of this over from Richard Sohera. And after bowling 2 overs, 14 runs have been taken from his spell. Been talking about what is going to happen after the breakage of this partnership. It will be down to the tailenders. Now it's up to Brighton Young and Kenneth Boniface to hold it tight and make sure that everything goes in their way. Oh my good lord. It's going to be grabbed by the captain in the covers, but it's put down.
Last ball of the first over, would seem the first maximum in this innings. Just hitting it down the ground, he breaks it down. Making sure that he picks up that ball. That has been the issue. Richard Soiler, he bowls straight line, then he bowls the loose ones. Yet here, what we need to do is look at it. You keep on doing the simple things with a lot of ease to make sure that you're now keeping the bat at the back foot. And yesterday, the men's team, Rwanda, flew out of the country, heading to Malawi, where they'll be taking part in that Nation Series. Another Rwanda cricket. Oh, that is a good-looking shot. Right into the block hole and played downtown all the way for a maximum. Second maximum in the innings, and this time it is Boniface, the man who has been hanging around, making some good use of his feet, making good access and good patches downtown to score the second maximum for the Nigeria under-19 team.
Right after saying it, Ivan, that the moment you stay there for too long, that's when you can be able to capitalize some opportunities and to make the most out from them. Right after hitting that maximum, takes a single, allowing Bright to be there on the striking end.
Brilliant cricket being played at the moment. And the Nigerians will need to make sure that this part fits in a little longer to help them play in the runs. 7 in 2 balls. What Uganda will be thinking is, how do we break this partnership and how do we get into the tail? And I tell you, when you hang around the ballers get frustrated and they start doing so many things. That's how they turn out and start capitalizing. Straight to the hands of the fielder and taken. Oh no, it was a bumper ball. The ball drifting to the ground. I thought it was a catch at the moment. But then no celebration was there from the captain, Daniel Alex Ruwankeni. It's a dot ball. Asking subject this lanes a little closer to the batter. And now you see the decision not to ball there. Third man still in place. Now, big wicket on the 4 being guessed by Aseku Jackson at the moment. But the Ugandans is still out on the pitch and keeping themselves up, holding their sleeves. That one getting to the inside edge of the bat, and it will be a dot ball, bringing the over to an end. And after 15 overs, the scoreboard reads 49 for a loss of 5 wickets, Nigeria. Still a bowling shift going away there for the Ugandans. Richard Sohera coming into the attack for Uganda. And in just 2 runs, he was looking to be somehow expensive. He gave away 14 runs, and the coach says, no, hold my drink. Takes a bowling change right away, and it will be Hamidu Munigwa. Another handed spinner making his way into the attack. For Hamid, the field setup is longer on, longer off. Yeah, Uganda is having many fielders outside actually. Sorry. They are for longer on, longer off, extra cover, and deep mid wicket. The other fielder who was at deep point coming in, Jackson Aseku. And it is a good start there for Hamid. Starts off with the dot ball there. Coming in from the dugout for the young yellow greens. Loud applause coming in for the two men at the crease. Because they know how important this partnership is for them. Price work it round the corner. There was an appeal of but clear that coming off the bat. And it's called dot ball by Christian Gasana.
Boniface Kenneth already in his 20s. Goes up in there. There is a fielder in the deep. And the man who does no mistake grabs a wicket, grabs a catch, a great catch. Actually, it was a sitter. But again, in games like these ones, Ivan, where you know that you are trying to qualify, it's ICC Men's Under-19 Africa Division 2 qualifiers. You don't name those sitters because the moment you drop them, it can bring some sad endings.
Some bit of hope dying for the Nigerians. The man who looks to be the one who would have hung around Bright Nyongo with the 6 octane will be the man to depart. Second catch in the innings for Appraise Mir Ali. This one being well taken there at longer off. And Nigeria losing their 60th wicket. 50 for 6 after 15.3 overs is what the scoreboard reads. Hamid Muniba makes his way into the attack and manages to write his name in the wickets column. It was a brilliant take there indeed. From that man, Mir Ali Abraze give Uganda the 60th wicket. Good bowling there from Hamidu when you got to the new batter, making it angle in. The new batter who's made his way is Okasha Siaku for the Nigerians. Not played with too much control, but he will get off the market because that ball was wide of the fielder at mid wicket. And it was work to do for the fielder running in from longer on. And it is another single taken against the run of play. When you look at Hamidu's fight, has not been with any fault. He's so far given away 2 singles. And this will be the final ball to end the over by Hamid. It will be a dot ball to end over number 16. And the scoreboard will read 51 for a loss of 6. The Nigerians. Jackson Asiku returns to the attack for Uganda. On the side where there is a road. A little uppish. Oh, it was going to be a blinder. A few inches over the fingertips of the captain, then Alex Lubanga Kenny. And that lands in the no man's land, giving Isiaku another single. But I tell you, that was a risky shot. a little rush into the shot, but we'll be happy that the fielder who is at covers the captain Alex Daniel Rubankin was standing a little close. If he was standing at the 30-yard, yeah, that was going to be a catch. They said where Jackson has bowling form, it is near the entrance, the main entrance of the Gahanga Stadium for those who have been here. Just make sure that we paint the picture for you. Jackson has to be still adjusting the lines, and the pace of deliveries have been working out for him. Because when you're bowling in pace off, it is like bowling the slow speed. It means the batters can hit you right, but they will have to use their power. And now Jackson Esco making changes in the field. He has dropped Eric Makisa down at Longo off. He has Longo on deep mid wicket and third man in place. He has brought up Kenneth Isiko from deep square leg down to short pine. Down the leg and will be extras there for the Nigerians.
Jackson Asiku charging in. With a lot of decisions being taken. Okasha Isiaku along with Kenneth Boniface. They are just playing like they are the last man standing. They are the last man standing for Team Nigeria. Another piece of delivery. If you look the way the batter swung his bat trying to rush in, and again found out that it was a piece of delivery. Jackson Asiku picked one wicket, one maiden, and offered 14 runs just to Nigerians. And with that good delivery, that marks the end of over number 17. Team Nigeria 54 after the loss of 6 Ivan just in 17 overs. And again, it's ICC Under 19 Men's World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2 2026.
Yeah, I think there's a concussion protocol which will be taken by the physiotherapist there, Robert Owili. Attempting to catch that ball, it might have gone on to maybe hit his gear. And Habiba Kulusumu Angoyo will do the routine check just to make sure that the wicket keeper is in good condition. Yes. Confirmation that the concussion test is negative. Someone was saying that one of the best things you can get from the only negative thing you can hear from the hospital to understand is that you're negative. Still, they're playing over. The purpose after 16 overs just there. A pause in place, make sure that there is a concussion protocol for Robert Owili, and Joseph Asipina will be coming in for the final ball of the 17th over. Walked around the corner there, ground to cover for Brazmir Ali, and it will be a single hit 55. But there is a no ball call from the umpire, so add the 2 runs so that you can make it 6. It is an overstepping no ball there, indicated by Sisara as Sisara is from Zimbabwe. One of the busy men it comes to domestic cricket within Zimbabwe. And 2 Zimbabwean umpires in this tournament, including him, Zara, and Foster Mtizwa. recently became as well as coming to, and he was here during the Quibuka, now to make his way back. But Uganda also was an offer in this tournament. And it is the man who has been earning his caps, Patrick Makumbi Musoke. But now this is the free hit. Hits that one backward of the square, and the half dive will not be enough as that ball goes all the way to the boundary. Another boundary there to bring the over to an end. A good over there for the Nigerians. And this over will leave them to 60 for a loss of 6 after 17 overs.
Ivan, since 2020, we've been talking about strong sides in Uganda, and there is this repeating sequence, repeating pattern of Nyakasura, Nyakasura, Nyakasura. Why is that side so strong when it comes to producing young good talents?
I think there have been some people, gentlemen, who have really dedicated their life to make sure that they grow the game within that region. Those gentlemen include the former assistant under 19 coach, the former head coach for the under 19 team who went to the World Cup, Ivan Femwera. And there is also a man in your course at Algan Seto in Nyakasura. That man called David Mukontos, who are making sure that they do the work of coaching, make sure that there's consistent talent from that place of Nyakasura. But then the school is also committed to seeing the game grow because it is believed that the first cricket people in Uganda was at Nyakasura school. So their head teacher, professor of mathematics, is very much in support of the cricket. So when there is support of the cricket, when there is support to the game, it means that the game can easily grow. Bowling change for Uganda. Felix Ochan is back at the attack, replacing Hamid Mugomo momentarily for the but getting back to the Nyakasura point. Is that Uganda, cricket Uganda has also started decentralizing the game. So now they started making sure that the game now goes into the regions. Now the western part of the country has the government officer in Evan Kakande, who is working alongside people like Makaro, who is David Mukonyezi, and making sure that they grow the game in that country. Also, Nyakasura has had 2 clubs in the domestic league. These clubs include Avojo and Entale. So because some of these players like Larry Itagi, Samuel Asigwe, Pascal Murunji have all had the chance of playing domestic cricket at a tender age, it gives them an edge and helps them to grow in their game. Then also, Nyakasura School hosted the Boys Nationals last year and hosting it again this year starting from the 20th September. So there is some bit of motivation again coming in from the region. And maybe it is one of the reasons that's why you see that the game has taken good strides within that region.
Felix trying to keep it on the fourth stump to see if the wicketkeeper can do some great work. But again, the batter not giving anything, not trying anything at all, just leaving the ball.
It's a very good line from every seamer. The line of uncertainty just going to go to the first stump and keep the batters stuck in their crease. That one beats him completely. The batter no idea whatsoever where the ball was going. And good work there from the keeper to brilliantly catch that one. It is another dot ball. When you see that, when you see the passage of this game, when Felix Ochan returned into the attack, there has not been any run scored by the Nigerians, and this is a very good plan because these 2 batters had started getting captured when they saw the spinners coming. Now the coach understood that yes, it might be time for me to get back to my seamers. Because the head coach for the Ugandan U19 team, Grace Mutiagaba, is also the government manager for the northern region of Uganda. It means he has worked a lot with Felix Ochan. So much sure of what Ochan is capable of. Because being a head coach, sometimes they get for you products from the different regions and then you have to make sure that you find them to bring them to compete. But then the first time that Ochan playing cricket and maybe showing off under the guidance of Chris Muchangaba, shows you why he is the man to hold this cricket. All these dirty balls, 6 of them. made sure that it is a maiden over. And we come to the end of this maiden over. The score here at the GAHANGA Stadium is a start from the 6 after 18 overs. Overs remaining in this first innings of the game. Yeah, I tell you that if the men in green and yellow sleeves, the Nigerians can hang around, they can't calculate that. I tell you one thing I always tell the youngsters when I see them playing cricket is that it doesn't matter how many runs you score, but how you hang around and how you get yourself into the game. 50 overs cricket, you can take 10 overs without scoring runs, scoring the other 4 overs. So sometimes it takes a lot of patience, tests your skill so much. So you need to make sure that you hang around. And now the plan for the coach is that they step back to the opening bowlers and the bowling change again from the center to the main gate is that Larry Itagi will replace Jackson Asiku because now the coach is looking for a way of getting into the title. Played on the up and well fielded there by the Vansh as Larry returns. The good set up there for Larry Itagi. Third man, very, very wide, playing leg, deep mid wickets. And the fielder standing there at cow corner in Jackson Asiku to make sure that when they try to take on Larry, he is in position to catch.
Coach and the captain deciding to bring their premier bowlers into the attack again. This clearly shows that they want to finish this quick. Much better line from Itagi.
And I tell you now, what always works out for the coaches is that when the seamers are bowling a new ball, they get that natural swing. If you're an outfielder, get your ball swinging away naturally. But I've seen from a player called Bilal Hassan, first swing it. So maybe it's a plan there for the coaches that the batters might be going used to the ball that are running away from them. But because the ball is gets on it and land bad and it hits back. So that's why he's going back to make sure that when they are bowling, they are keeping the wickets in check. And they're making sure that they ask tough questions for the Nigerians to make sure that maybe they can get it better. But what I've loved about these two batters at the moment for the Nigerians is that they have kept positive and they know that this will be a trick to help Uganda get it better. That's why they are hanging around and just playing very short. Make sure that they stay around longer. Apish fall short of the fielder, but a very unbelievable shot there. The man has been hanging around. Happy that ball to be carried. The fielder who was starting that. And there, maybe he could have caught it, but that ball a few inches away from him. But now I feel the communication between these two batters is that, oh, hang on, bro. Hang on, boy, oh boy, because we have so many overs around me. And sometimes when you lose your wicket, it hurts you so much on the batter. It's a batter. Sit out of when you sit out and you see the bowlers trying to do your work. It really you had a chance making sure that you get your team for a good start. So this you need to hang around, maybe up like the target over. Then see what happens with the other remaining 8 overs. Leading edge, but again doesn't carry for the field. Jackson has to have to say, come on guys. There are so many chances being created in the 30. So it has been good variation there from Larry Itagi. The ball in the express pace, then the pace off. When you ball express pace, you make the batters feel like I should have a low stance and maybe take on the bowler. But then you go pace off because the batter knows you may come quick. They rush into the shots, and that's how you get those leading edges. So it has been a good plan so far for Larry. And the batters are equal to the challenge, making sure that they go to the task. through covers, and should be a boundary well placed there. And it should be 4 more for the Nigerians. Good shot. We bring up another boundary for Nigeria and take the score 64 as we come to the end of the 19th over. Tell you, Enoch, after 11 deliveries, the Nigerians finally pick up a welcoming boundary. And this is how they should be playing, hang around, and later on make sure that you go hard, pick up the boundary. Uganda taking another bowling change, and it is Hamid Munigo who returns it to the attack to replace Felix Pachan. Yes, this is what the coach is doing at the moment, not allowing them to get used to one thing. And yeah, Hamid returning to continue and ask those tough questions again. If we make it long off, extra cover. Placement there. Another single. Well read. Both bowlers angling in from him. He just uses his wrist to get that gap at wicket. Pick up another single there for Nigeria. This is how they need to be playing to make sure that they hang around, keep rotating strike, and wait for the batsmen to punish them and become your role.
Hamidu Munigwa coming back for the second over, and Boniface trying to go straight on the ground just for a single. And yes, they will pick a single. Now it's up to Okasha Isiaku.
That one solid defensive shot there from Siaku. Not as the field extra cover, deep wicket, long off for coming. Good diving there from the captain cover, giving anything away. Takes some time to get the track that they are playing for the nation. I tell you now, many of the young boys are believing that yes, we can carry the Ugandan flag forward. Good placement again there from Siaku. For not good fielding there from Braze. They're taking the first one fast. They picked up an extra run. But the single will bring that over and end the scoreboard reading. The scoreboard reads 67 for a loss of 6 after 20 overs. More 30 overs remaining in this innings. They tell you that what has been played so far, the Nigerians pick the 67 runs they have on board is less than what they can still play. So meaning if they can hang around for all the other 30 overs, they will stand a very big chance. Larry Itagi will return to the attack for Uganda. Give some few shout outs to some of our friends who are watching this game right from Uganda. Uganda is following and they're supporting their team all the way. They've matched battles for the just watching from Uganda. I have also a friend who is a consultant profession. Nairobi advisor in Ashraf Senkubuke, who is watching this game. If you're from Nigeria, including the gentleman who is always in Rwanda, every time Nigeria comes and I'm sure it might become rekitete. Also watching. That's the moment of love to send my condolences to Nes Habib, who lost his wife. But yesterday Nigeria landed in Tanzania, then he heard that If had passed when he just went, he had the body back again. Nigeria, make sure that he sends off his wife. Not very good news came that day. It was really heartbreaking for him. And we just wish that the deceased could have an eternal rest in God's kingdom. But as I've looked equal to a challenge, despite everything was being made by Uganda, not getting used with one thing and continue to hang around. Very, very important for them to hang around because that's the only way they can get enough runs for Nigeria. These two should target 100 runs, maybe at the end of the 30th over. Then try and see what happens in the other 20 overs. But Larry Itag is still keeping it close to the lead of the bats and still continuing to pick up good balls. Those have been good lanes there for clearly you see that Larry has had his place team merit. Despite the batters not playing his place, his line is the bowling. What stamp line? Stamp line. This thing I'll take a stamp for each and every because he knows it's a challenging line. It's not a line that the batters play with a lot of needs. That is the line for the Larry. But bowling it's also nice.
Larry Itagi bowling different today from what Felix Ochani is bowling. This guy is just trying to stick straight, if not the body, straight to the stumps. And that's the end of the over. Over number 21. Kasha Isiaku, along with Kenneth Boniface, not trying to do a lot of things, just doing right things right, keeping the basics in the track.
Yeah, I made an over there from the Turkey, and I tell you, look at the bowling card for Uganda. Uganda has super bowled 6 maiden overs. They are 8 maiden overs. One of those maiden overs, 2 of those for Larry Itagi, 1 for Jackson Asako, and 4 of those going on the level of Felix Ochan. Monigwa Hami turns into the attack to Uganda, and he has 4 bowled overs and just 35 runs, picked up a single wicket. Now he returns into the attack for Uganda. Balls one way to angle it, the ball.
Kenneth Boniface, 31 of 45. Midu Munigwa coming in to deliver that over of his spell. Solid defensive shots from Kenneth Boniface. Now all they are trying to do is to make sure that they finish overs, and they do have around 28 overs to be played. So if they can just manage to stay there for some time, they're going to get some runs. Because if they have managed to get 67 from 22 overs, In the remaining 28 overs, there is a chance that they can get some runs. Problem is they have just lost their crucial wickets. That's only the problem. But otherwise, Kenneth Boniface and Okasha Isiaku, they can just stay there and do some job. The 20 overs have been played, and Felix Ochan comes back into the attack after delivering 6 overs, picking up 4 maidens, offering just 80 runs and picking up 2 wickets in economy of 1. My goodness, you can't believe the stats I'm reading if you have not followed the game from the very first delivery. Even if you look on the stats of Felix Ochan, telling you'll be surprised if you have not following the game live. Imagine 6 overs and picking up 4 maidens, offering just 80 runs, picking up 2 wickets with economy of 1. Can you believe that, Ivan?
He has been bowling so well, Felix Rocha. I can believe because I've seen him bowl in the past and I think he's capable of doing it. Now, because it's only his seventh over, it means that the batters can just see him through. Because the remaining about 3 overs to wrap up this project, you can see him through. You can capitalize on the other bowlers who will be coming later for Uganda. And now the coach changing his bowling ends to see that maybe picks up some bit of a change in footing. That's why you said now he's coming into ball from the gate end. All the other 6 overs, he has bowled them from the other side near the hill Hanga Stadium, but now he's changed ends. And he's still asking those tough questions, and he's kept on the same plan, bowling it outside off stump and bowling with a lot of good discipline.
You can see now the plan is to make sure that these guys they won't be scoring anymore. That's what the coach needed, maybe bringing Felix Ochan and Itagi back into the attack, delivering some good lines on the lane. And the only thing that the batter can do is just to watch it landing and to watch it departuring back to the wicket keeper.
Like to the current thinking of these two batters for Nigeria, just making sure that they hang around as they continue seeing Felix Ochan. And somehow these two batters who are currently at the place for Nigeria, they are batting with calm heads. Okasha Isiaku and Kenneth Boniface. Kenneth Boniface is on 31 and 15. It tells you on what he is capable of doing, continues hanging around. So yeah, good plan there for the Nigerians as they continue targeting that 150 mark. Parents is something you can go at the bowling attack. This is junior cricket, anything can happen. You see that full toss there is dispatched away and he misfielded for 4 runs. Too wide there from the batter and well capitalized on by that man there, Boniface. That boundary will end the over and take the Nigeria under 19 to 71 for 6 after 33 overs. From the Gahanga main oval, Rwanda under 19 has 214 for a loss of 2 wickets after 27 overs, making a statement as hosts. They won the toss and elected to bat first. Yeah, the runs are flowing for them from that side. 60 of 33 for Cedric Chizuzo. Jesper Unzeza Karoro, captain wicketkeeper batter, still at the crease. He's on 65 of earlier on. Fabrice Quizera scored 37 of Jeffrey. And Onesimo Quizera, who is still at the crease, has 35 of 32. 7 extras have so far been given away by Mozambique. Manuel Eduardo Mbembe Jr. has been the only bowler to get there for Mozambique. Whereas from the regional polytechnic college of IPRS, where Ghana is taking on Sierra Leone, Ghana has 137 for 3 after 27 overs. Sierra Leone was selected to bowl first. Half century there for David Atiek, who is still at the crease there for Ghana. They announced themselves at the stage and saying, make not be the team to beat. Bowling change for Uganda, Hamid Munigo out of the attack, and Richard Sohera is back to the attack. A little expensive this morning, yet he's been one of the main bowlers there for Uganda, but it's not just as late as he picks up Richard Sohera. Bowls right and bats left. Left side, deep square leg, deep middle wickets, long on, and the offside is long off, well driven. If you had played it before, that platoon covers Isiaku, but it will be a dot ball for Sohera Richard. Some appeal, but that ball they are not touching anything. It is a dot ball. Some swinging guys they are coming in from Richard Sohera. Richard Sohera doing some facing delivery there to make sure that he sees the batter strike down the ground. Siafu also equal to the challenge at the moment. Leave that one alone, and it will be a dot ball to end the over. That will bring us to the end of the over. This one run coming in that over, and after 24 overs, 72 for 6 is that the scoreboard reads. Another bowling change there for Uganda. Takes Ochan out of the attack, and Hamid Munigo will come into the attack from the get end. When you look at the basket play at the beginning of the innings, the yellow greens were losing so many wickets. Somehow they are stabilizing their innings, making sure that they now build back the innings and make sure they don't give anything away. Nigerians. But good backup there from the captain. There is some bit of lapse in terms of frustration there for the Zambians. I feel that ball was shaped so chance. It could have been a run out, but not quick with his reaction. Plays that one past the fielder who was standing towards their gully area, and that ball goes all the way to the boundary. The Nigerians, despite losing some wickets here, they have stuck around and made sure that they continue finding the runs.
Well driven and driven back into the hands of the bowler. Mid Munigwa. Boniface making some great shot and great marks and great moves. 37 or 54 with 5 boundaries and even 1 marksman. As 50 overs is not a game of strike rate. He's just moving by 68. But again, all he is trying to do is just to make sure that he stays there till the end. Because that is what Nigeria really needs at this stage of the game.
Overs look about records. It's about it's end of overs. Maybe they try and paint more 100 runs. But again, I think should be at the back of their because Uganda breaking this partnership will mean that they are well getting the tail of the Nigerians. The therapist they are giving some bit of medical attention to one of the batters. And the batter has given medical attention to is the man who has hung around the long reliever, Kenneth Boniface. Yes, he is good to go. After 25 overs at the halfway mark, the scoreboard reads 78 for 6. And now Richard Sohera returns into the attack for Uganda from the side of the hill.
And if we could link something that we have witnessed mostly in this game is the way these Nigerians can play front defensive shots. But it was a chance created. But the field at the mid wicket couldn't stop that one. It was Okasha Isiaku who created the chance. Up in there, is it hit enough? Yes, it has strong wings to go all over the rope for another maximum. Ivan.
Yeah, it is the second mark from there for Gati batter. The long reliever Kenneth Boniface managed to play that one straight as we'd love to see it, straight to the screen, and he picks up that second maximum. Richard Sohera, every ball he's tossed up has been hit well. And now he needs to make sure that he is adjusting the lines and just bowling the good areas. He goes again, straight, one bounce, and it will be 4 runs again. Not the same reward on the same shoot, but we'll be happy that in 2 balls he has scored 10 runs for Nigeria. Back boundaries there for the Nigerians, and yes, Boniface has been the man to do the business for Nigeria. Display here. It's been a long liver, and he's now in the 40s. He's on 47 or 47. As we come to the end of over number 26, 89. Loss of 6 for the scoreboard.
Nigerians now coming back, looking very good. 89 just in 26 overs. And Kenneth Boniface is playing it safe. He's on 47, just 3 runs, put up a half century. I wonder how many half centuries we are going to witness in this first day of the ICC Under 19 Men's Africa Division 2 qualifiers.
We have already seen half centuries too in the Rwanda Mozambique game, and one so far in the Ghana Sierra Leone game. Whereas here, this round, Boniface is just 3 runs shy of getting that half century. She's been looking to be in a very, very good and fine shape. Picks up that swing again and manages to continue adding on his tally. Now on 48 of 57. When you look at all the bowlers so far, Richard Sawyer has been having an economy of 6.50. Jackson Asko an economy of 5, but the most economic bowler has been Felix Ocham with an economy of 1.71. Whereas Larry Kikazi, I can't believe I've been bowling that. And as we come to the end of the over, there's been 2 singles in this over. Making the scoreboard read 91 for 6 after 27 overs. And now we will see a bowling change there for Uganda. Jackson Asku changing bowling ends, now going to the side of the hill and replacing the bowler who's been coming in from that end in Richard Sohera. Down the leg, and it is Whites.
Boniface, who is getting close and close to half century. Playing that one, but finding the captain right in the position. Kenneth Boniface carrying Team Nigeria on his back along with Okasha. Well driven, straight on the ground. And it will be another single coming in the place.
That will take him to 49 runs, and he's now 1 run shy of scoring his half century. Boniface. Angling back. It is another dot ball. Good bowling there from Jackson Asiku. Play that one to extra cover, and Hamid Munigo with work to do, but it will only be a single. Bring us to the end of the over. And as we come to the end, 94 for 6 is the score after 28 overs. Worked round in the corner there and worked very, very wide of the field at extra cover. And Braismir Ali had to cover a lot of ground, make sure that he cuts off that boundary. And the Nigerians will take the double. Solid defensive shot there from Isiaku. Talk about long on and long off as he continues bowling those good lines. There was an appeal, but bat first. Clearly hear it from the sound of the bat there. I think I loved about Hamidu Muniba's bowling is that he's been bowling stuff to stuff and making sure that he keeps wickets in check on each and every delivery that he bowls. And it is a very good plan there for him. Some of the China crickets shouting, "How is that?" Because where we are, the China cricket are sitting very close to grounds, right in the middle. If you feel at Gahanga, that's where they catch an action down up. Gahanga main and Gahanga B. Dot ball end the over. 2 runs in that over by Hamidu Muniba pushing for 8. Loss of 6 wickets. And work there from Nigeria. This match is getting the bowling job at the moment. Correctly, the score is 96 for 6. Let's see. Driven down the ground. Century there for that man. He's really hung around and he's going to face the runs for Nigeria. Kenneth Boniface, 50 of 64. Good batting this there from him. Now he should be looking forward to playing some free shots down the ground, but the ball not carrying to the fielder, and it will be another single taken against the run of play. That single bringing them close to the 100 runs mark. They have now 98 for 6 after 29.2 overs. Now the target for them is get the 100 runs and make sure that in the remaining 20 overs you look for 100 runs, get to 100 runs and come and bowl well. Lest Uganda takes the result. Calling there from Jackson Asip. His friends love them calling him AJ. Abbreviation from his name, Asip Jackson. You hear them saying, "Come AJ, come AJ." Bit of a floater there, creamed through covers. But there is Hamidu doing the sweeper roll at extra cover and cuts that one to only a single. One more delivery remaining in this over. Plays that one behind the square and it hits the boundary to bring up 100 runs for Nigeria. 103 is what the Nigerians have as we come to the end of the 30th over. Good batting from these two. Kasha, that of 53. Kenneth Boniface, 50 out of 67. And as we come to the end of the 30th over, 103 for 6 on the scoreboard reads. Yellow Greens. More 20 overs remaining in the innings. And the end of my question for you is how many runs can Nigeria pick up in these remaining 20 overs?
Actually, it's still too hard. I mean, it's hard to decide and to predict. But due to way these two are playing, you can't say that they're being aggressive or they're just being defensive. All they are just trying to do is to be calculative. So here, what I can see is that this partnership is trying to get the most out from every single loose delivery which is being delivered by Ugandans, and they're just trying to make the most out from the wrong things that Ugandans are doing. So there is a chance that they can cruise to 150, Ivan, and even above.
My opinion, I don't think 150 runs are enough. When you look at the batting for the Ugandans, when you look at it, because I looked at them during the emerging games that they did have, during the tournaments they have had, but I think 200 can be ideal. That is given the Nigerians have a good bowling attack. Then they can come out and beat themselves. But now the most important thing is these two batters need to hang around again. Play the next 10 overs. If they reach 40 runs, so they have maybe 140, they can try and look for more runs in the other remaining overs. And have you looked at the fielding list there for the Ugandans so far? They don't fumble the balls at the boundary. They are pick up for the boundaries and throws up with spark. If the Nigerians can do the same in their innings, N runs getting close to the 200 runs mark will be clearly defendable. Picks up the dot ball there, Hamidu Munigwa. Top the same field, mid wicket. Extra cover, long on, long off, forcing them to play front of the square. That one left alone, and it is another dot ball there for Hamid. A game where we felt that Nigeria will not reach 100 runs. These two batters, Okasha and Kenneth, have really shown you that they can play a long Oliver role. As we've come to the end of the 31st over, 100. Just a minute. As we come to the end of the 31st over, 106, the score. The Nigerians lost the last wicket in the 16th over. So it tells you that these two batters have played about 15 overs together. The batter who last deposited was Brady Nyongo. The score was 50, so meaning the partnership between these two batters stand at the brace is over 50 runs at the moment. Now we are seeing a body change being taken in for the Ugandans. You'd feel that maybe they would have had this change coming earlier. But the coach trying to save the best for the last. And it is the Vansh Kumar Ritesh Patel into the attack. Starts off with a loose one. And the miss there from Felix Oshan backward of the square will give the Nigerians another boundary. Didn't release it so well. like the ball skidded out of his hands, or slipped out of his hands, and it is well punished by Kenneth Boniface, the long lever. So now the Vash needs to adjust his lanes and make sure that he bowls and gets some bit of catches. In the last qualifier, he was bowling some bit of medium pace, but now he changed his swing. He's been bowling spin. He's been bowling 100 spells for his domestic club, Kefaru Cricket Club. That's how he adjusts his lanes, and that's much better there. And it will be a single Richard Sohera down at extra cover to do the sweeper roll.
Talking about the score that Team Nigeria are going to end up with, yes, 200 runs will be a very good take, as even the Raymond on the toast, that's what he said, that at least they are going to add 200 runs. But even the captain of Uganda, he knew that if Team Nigeria can add to 200, they will be safe while defending. The captain said that we are aiming to restrict them below 150. So it shows that every captain knew what he can do better. But again, this tight bowling of Uganda, I don't see Team Nigeria getting 200 easily. They have lost crucial wickets early. So, and Team Uganda, you can see no matter what, they are holding on. They are not trying to be pressured up or be frustrated. You've seen it from the very first delivery. All they're just trying to do is to do the right things right. So mistakes can happen. They have, if I can say, they have lost around to 2 chances, if not 3 chances. But again, they you can see that no pressure, no frustration. All they are just trying to do is to let the past go and move on with the present. So Team Nigeria, there is a chance that they can cruise above 170, 160, but again, still too hard. Driving that one straight on the ground. Been talking about these fielders on the boundaries, not giving a chance. Now it's up to Kenneth Boniface and Okasha to set the pace of this innings.
Yeah, what is needed for them at the moment is controlled aggression. Try and make sure that you are attacking. Yeah, there are some fans here from Nigeria who are sending some bit of comments. And I think I'll be reading some of these. But I also have a brother who is watching this game, Bob Felix Ndimwibo, Ugandan. Oh, that's goal creamed over the head of the field that covers the captain. And that overpitch delivery there from Hamidu Munigwa is well punished. Down the ground. 4 runs. It adjusts his lines and boy to close. That was a little short and wide, giving the batter an opportunity to play it for 4 runs.
Kenneth Boniface being a very big threat and a nightmare to Team Uganda. In the very first place, Ivan, the way they have picked those wickets just in a quick succession, I thought that now is the end of Nigeria. But out of nowhere, a young man decided to wake up and stand tall and save his team. And look at what Boniface have done for Team Nigeria.
Just looking at a few of the comments here. Oladosu saying to the boys, saying good shot, keep going. Vincent Adeoye, well played shot. Odekwe Chimeli, Kenneth, plus Okasha playing some good innings. And then Daniel Yesi is saying, as it should be. Many of these are from Nigeria. That also said, good rotation of strike. Masa Ademola said, that's real. The umpires have called for the drinks. as we came to the end of the over. The 33rd over. And the scoreboard reads 119 for 6 after 33 overs. More 17 overs are remaining in the innings. We will also take a brief break and have a few drinks. Then we will return to take you through the final phase of the innings. $119 for the loss of 6 after 33 overs. The current score. The predicted score has moved from 2 and it is 3.61 at the moment. I beg your pardon, the current run rate is 3.61 and the predicted score reads 119 for 6 after 33 overs. Kenneth Boniface is on 64 of 77. And Kasha Isiaku is on 30 of 61. The Ugandans a little guilty to have chances they didn't take at 13 extras they have given away so far in the innings. The bowling card for the Ugandan is 2 wickets for Felix Ochani and 1 apiece for Larry, Sohera, and Hamid. I beg your pardon, Larry, Asiku, and Hamid have 1 apiece. Badevansh Kumar Ritesh Patel is back into the attack for Uganda. His first over went for 7 runs and he's come back with a dot ball there. That is the way you should be bowling. Make sure the balls are touching the surface. Make sure you're pitching your balls and make sure you're purchasing that bit of turn to keep these batters a little bit silent. More dot balls. Ghana under 19 has 159 for 4 runs after 33.3 overs against Sierra Leone. Full toss played down the ground there. A ball which can buy a wicket, but a ball which can be dispatched any day. Look, we'll come back from the drinks break. And I tell you, it is two-way, you know. The Nigerians hoping that these two stick in and they play the next 10 overs. Kenneth Boniface and Okasha Isiaku. Whereas the Ugandan is now thinking a way of breaking the partnership. Coming to the end of over number 34, 120 for 6 is the score. And Hamidu Munigwa will be the ball at return into the attack for Uganda from the side near the Gahanga International Stadium main entrance. Uganda is starting to pick themselves up because they know how important it is to have a good body language. They have kept loud throughout the innings. Hit away, one bounce for trying to cover some bit of ground there. Abraze Mir Ali got close, but he saw that one sail to the boundary. Another boundary there for the Nigerians as they continue punching back. Pitched a little shot there from Hamidu Munigwa, giving Okasha the opportunity to hit that one away. And this tells you on what the target and plan was for them when they went to the drinks break, because they had an opportunity of speaking to their coaches. And the plan is that try and make sure that you find as many runs as you can in these remaining about 16 overs. And that shot tells you more about it. They are not holding back because these guys have been in and they have seen it all. That's why they're now starting to play the shots. Goes down the ground and picks up another single.
Yeah, the coach, I mean, if he's not the coach, he's the captain, bringing up his premier bowlers back into the attack, trying to break this partnership. But again, this partnership survived. Itagi coming in with Ochan, both trying to make sure that they can break this partnership, bowling stump to stumps, bowling the body so that these guys can create some chances. Yes, chances were created, but have been not taken. Now, I wonder what's the plan from the bowlers, from the fielding side.
You clearly see frustration because Uganda coming into this game and winning the and opting ball first. They were thinking of bowling out Nigerians. Because does it go all the way? Yes, it is a maximum. What a shot there from the long lever, Kenneth Boniface. This has been a good over for the Nigerians. Boundary for a maximum, a single, making it 11 runs in the over. And a good over there for the Nigerians. As we come to the end of this over, the Nigerians recovering valiantly, and the partnership, which has been a problem for the Ugandans, is still sticking in. 35 overs gone and 131 for 6 is the score. More 15 overs remaining in the innings. The Vansh back into the attack, but the Nigerians not holding back. Close to the wide line, but the umpire just taking the count, and it is a dot ball there for the Vansh. Boniface Kenneth is now on 70 of 82. And there's a wide call there from the umpire. Wanted to stick on the same line, but this time round, Kushan Gasana saying that is right under my watch. Throw covers for a single. Uganda still looking for the dot balls here at the moment to make sure that this game doesn't run away from them. Hit straight to the fielder but not taken. Devansh Kumar Patel, I beg your pardon, that is Abraiz Mir Ali not judging that one. Naisili Kumar creating the chance but not taken by the Ugandans. It has been the third chance which has been created by Uganda and not taken. And these chances which have not been taken, Enoch, have been the reason as why the Nigerians have found all these runs on board. That is good fielding there from the captain, putting his body down on the ground and making a good save there. A dirty ball to end the over. And after 36 overs, 134 for a loss of 6 is what the scoreboard reads. The two batters at the crease at the moment, Kenneth Boniface is on 70 of 83, whereas Okasha Isiaku is on 30 of 70. A bowling change for the Ugandans, Monigwa Hamid out of the attack, and Jackson Asiku into the attack. Asiku's figures so far in the game, he has 4 bowled 6 overs. One of those 6 being a maiden. He's conceded 30 runs and picked up a single wicket. An economy of 5.00, and this is a change of bowling ends because the 6th over he bowled from the side of the hill. Now he returns from the side where there is a gate that enters Gahanga International Stadium.
Partnership of Kenneth Boniface along with Okasha Isiaku is now being something else. Kenneth Boniface 71 and Okasha Isiaku 30, and Jackson Asiku AJ coming back into the attack have picked 1 wicket, 1 maiden with 30 runs on his run so far, trying to pull that one but finding a fielder. Everyone is like Kora, which means that, Ivan, does it mean do your best or what?
It means keep working. Like keep doing the good work, keep bowling the good areas. Because Kola means work. So they are like keep working, keep doing the good work for Uganda. Down the ground. And it is 6 more. 4th maximum in the innings there for that man. Good long range hitting there from Boniface. The balls that have been pitched close to him, he's been playing that lofted drive all the way for a maximum. And that is the 4th maximum for him in the innings. There are some people from the Nigerian embassy who have come around to watch this game. And I tell you, they will be watching it with all smiles because they have now started finding the runs. Hit powerfully there to covers, but well fielded by the captain. And it will be a dirty ball, bringing the end to an over. And as we come to the end of the over, .37 overs have been bowled and 140 for 6 is the score. Good recovery there for the Nigerians. The current partnership between Kenneth Boniface and Okasha Isiaku is worthy 90 runs. Kenneth Boniface with 77 of 90 and Okasha Isiaku with 30 of 72. Devansh Kumar is back into the attack. And managers pick up another dot ball there for Uganda. More 13 overs remaining in the innings, but I tell you now, Uganda will need to bowl well in these remaining overs to make sure that they keep themselves in the game. Over the field that covers and all the way to the boundary. A little over pitched there by Devansh. And another boundary for the Nigerians. We're speaking about 150, and now they have 144 with that boundary. And I tell you, it is not only Boniface who is scoring the runs from the other end, but Okasha also on his end making sure that he keeps the scoreboard ticking. Good partnership as these two continue making sure that they find the runs in this phase of play.
Very well blocked. Davanchi, Kumar Ritesh Patel trying to do the best he can do, trying to use the field half set. Cut away and not powerfully enough to surpass the line of the captain. That's the end of over number 38. More 12 overs to go. And 144 for 6 is the score on the board.
Bowling change for Team Uganda. Hamidu Munigwa returns into the attack to replace Jackson Asiku. These two, both of them are products of the Push Cricket Academy. Push, persist until something happens. That academy was initiated by the assistant coach of the Cricket Cranes, Jackson Ogwanga, who is currently in Tanzania. But it has made sure that it helps so many youngsters to grow their game. And their target is simple. They target the boys who are mostly from the ghetto within the place called Inaguru and Ginger Road near the Lugogo Cricket Oval to make sure that they help them learn this beautiful game of cricket. And Jackson Ogwang will be somewhere smelling and saying, yes, I have 3 in that current under 19 team. Those 3 including Hamid, Asiku, and Kasim Adam. Whereas when you look at the team that's last qualified for the World Cup, like Jaffa Ochaya, Edwin Nwagawa, who were all from the Push Cricket Academy, not forgetting Akram Musuga, though Akram Musuga did travel to the World Cup because he was found to be having COVID-19 as the team was traveling to the West Indies. And unfortunately, he missed out on making a World Cup appearance for Ghana, but he was right with the team here in Kigali for the qualifiers in 2021. Akram Musuga. Good work here from Hamidu Monegwa, still making sure that he keeps the batters a little silent. The target for Uganda was limit Nigeria to below 150 runs, but looks like they might have to revise their target as the game continues, because Nigeria is already having 145 for 6 as we come to the end of the 39th over. That was a maiden over from Hamidu Munigwa, the first maiden for him in this match, Hamid. And it is the 9th maiden over for Uganda in the innings. Devansh Patel will return into the attack for Uganda. Long on, long off, down. extra cover deep mid wicket. The field setup for Devansh Patel is somehow similar to the field setup for Hamidu Munigwa. Down the ground, and it is a boundary, and the umpire confirms that it is a maximum. A good batting display for the Nigerians. They have been punishing the full pitched balls, and that is another boundary there being scored. Good comeback there for Devansh as he picks up the dot ball. But what a partnership here for the Nigerians. That batsman brought up the 150 runs. This partnership is now worth 100 runs. He's gone again, and it will be another boundary. You feel that Uganda is missing something in the field setup because the fielder at long off is standing too wide. If you had him a little straighter, Abrazmir Ali, maybe you could have put in the hard work and saved his side from conceding that boundary. Something for the Ugandans to do if they are to pick out a result, or maybe try and limit the Nigerians to as few runs as possible. But the current passage of play has given the Nigerians a chance of picking up a result in this game. They now have 155 for 6 after 39.4 overs. Two more overs remaining in this over by Devansh Kumar Patel. And after this over now, we will be having the second purple of the innings coming to an end, and Uganda will be allowed to have 5 fielders in the last 10 overs of the match outside the 30. That one might have touched the pads, but the umpire says it's by runs, bringing the over to an end. And as we come to the end of the 40th over, 156 for 6 is what the scoreboard reads for Nigeria. And we've come to the end of the second purple of the match. More 10 overs remaining, and Uganda can use 5 fielders outside the 30. Bowling change for Uganda. Hamidu Munigwa out of the attack, and now it is the part-timer coming into the attack. Mir Ali Abraze. Not so many times do we see him bowl Abraze Mir Ali. But now here he is into the attack for Uganda. Bit of medium pace there for him, but he is a great, great thinker.
Trying to pull that one, but pulled away into the hands of the fielder. Even now you can see the way Team Nigeria, they are playing cautiously. That was a quick single, not even risky, but they are not trying to get those things which can put them in the condition where they can lose a wicket. Trying to play that one straight on the ground, and it's well played. And they will come back for Radabo. Yes, they will make it on time.
For that shot, because the plane is a little straight, Jackson Asuku running in from long on had to cover some bit of distance to get to that ball. And that's why they had a chance of picking up the extra run. Abraismir Ali had took a bit of a pause from bowling because of a knee injury, but now he's been recovering very, very swiftly for Uganda, and now he's at the attack and doing some bit of magic here. His thinking should be if he doesn't concede the boundary, he will have done a good job for Uganda at the moment. Down the ground with power, Larry Itag with a fine fielding display there, cutting it off from running away to the boundary.
Up in there is a chance. There is a fielder, Asiku Jackson. Asiku Jackson, jersey number 55, now picks up a great catch. It was flying up in there, very, very close. The batter wanted to go for a maximum, but unfortunately, he found AJ. And without single station, I've seen that guy just fumbled once, and the moment a chance came in, took a catch Ivan.
A good display in terms of fielding there from Jackson Asiku. Dreamt of the World Cup. And yes, he said we'll keep our dream alive. A welcoming wicket for the Ugandans. I tell you, this partnership has been worth over 100 runs. But finally, the Ugandans will smile a bit because they have broken a partnership. Yes, on the other side, Boniface is on 81 of 100, but they will be happy that they have gotten rid of Okasha Ishiaku. The new batter in, Pelumi Orimolade, manages to get off the mark right away with that well-driven ball through covers, bringing the 41st over to an end and the scoreboard reading 160 for 7 for the Nigerians. Yeah, and from Uganda, where the 50th placement game in the Central Region was happening to determine the final school, the 20th school to advance to the Skyview Boys Schools Cricket Week, which is one of the nationals, the boys' nationals in Uganda. Tournament that Rwanda used to take part in many years ago when they made their last appearance in 2016. St. Cornelius SS Kalagala has defeated Shirisa Hajanand International School by 67 runs to book the 20th place in that national tournament. It will be a 20-team tournament. And Felix Ochan replaces Devash Patel from the Hill End. Started off with the dot ball, but again, that ball swinging in too much and it will be weights down the leg.
Driven over the head of the bowler. Orimolade trying to get some runs, trying to rotate so that he can let Boniface come and face. And there is a chance that you're going to witness a century on the very first day of these qualifiers.
And I tell you, it will be all crafted century, given the way he has been batting. He came in when there was some bit of pressure. Nigeria had lost some bit of wickets, and he made sure that he builds the innings very, very well. And the well crafted innings there from him, he will be celebrated as a hero if the Nigerians do come out on top in this game. Now looking at the individual milestone of scoring the first century on this match day, one of the ICC Under 19 Men's World Cup Africa Qualifiers, Division 2. Set to the field, and it is a dot ball there. Good fielding there from Richard Sohera. Felix Ochan has been the go-to bowler there for the coach. And now Grace Mtiagaba makes sure that the ball is tossed again to him, and he continues there to do the good work there for Uganda. Down the ground, there is a fielder. Oh, that one will go all the way for a maximum. Eric Mukesa trying to fly in the air but didn't get hold of it. And it is more runs there for Kenneth.
Three runs away from putting up a century. There is a chance. Oh my lord. The bowler being very, very wise and clever enough to use the man at the fine leg. Larry Itagi, the man who have done a lot with the bowling hand, now did a lot with the fielding hand, grabbing that wicket of Kenneth Boniface, who was already on 97 of 106 deliveries with 6 maximums and 9 boundaries. The strike rate of 91. The man came in when nothing was on the board and carried the team till 68, and he went out on 97. And if Larry Itagi was not right there, it was going to be the century of the day, well crafted, well calculated, and unfortunately it went the other way. Boniface Kenneth went out on 97 of 106 deliveries. Well played, young man. You really deserve a personal trophy for carrying the team through. No one expected Team Nigeria to be at this phase of this game, losing 6 crucial wickets very early and still finding a player who can carry you through. The young boy played like a man. He knew what to do, when to do, and when to do it. Actually, well played, Team Nigeria.
Yeah, Larry Itag, after taking a brilliant take there, he has been rewarded with the ball to come and bowl this over. But there will be some bit of breather there for the Ugandans as they got rid of a partnership which was over 100 runs there for the Nigerians. And now Uganda properly into the tail. 2 more wickets here for Uganda to wrap up the innings. So clearly Uganda now has a chance of making sure that it limits Nigeria to less than 200 runs and maybe even bowl them out for less than 200 runs. Itag there returns with a dot ball. Longer on, longer off, both down the ground. 30 man, extra cover and deep mid wicket, both in place there for Uganda. Down the leg and it will be Whites there, but you look at the intake there from the batter trying to play it leg side. But Larry will have to bowl that one again.
Everyone here doing what he's supposed to do, but in the end, it's Team Uganda. Abdullah Ismail coming in. That will be a quick single. Abdullah Ismail coming in, joining Pelumu Olimarade. Replacing Kenneth Boniface, the man who did a great job telling you his batting and his innings might be the iconic highlight of these qualifiers. Well placed. Itagi getting those good lines and the length and making sure that what happened before will never happen again. They've created one chance for Boniface and he scored 97. Playing that one straight in the covers, a run out chance, but Robert O'Will missed it completely.
Yeah, that missed chance will bring us to the end of the over. 43 overs gone, and the scoreboard reads 171 for a loss of 8, Nigeria. Just a reminder for the fans who are just joining us now, Uganda one day just elected to bowl first in this game. There was an 100 and runs partnership between Boniface, Kenneth, and Isiaku that made sure that Nigeria gets to 171 runs. They've really made sure that they put a solid stand to make sure that the men in green and yellow get to a solid total. But now Uganda is still trying to fight back, and it is Felix Ochan who comes back into the attack for Uganda. Just beating that outside edge of the bat. And manages to pick up another dot ball. And I tell you from the Gahanga main ground, Rwanda under 19 men's team has has the tournament highest total so far, and they are still getting more. They have 329 runs after 43 overs playing against Mozambique under 19, whereas Ghana has 215 for 6 after 41.2 overs. With that ball just passing close to the bails. But it is another dirty ball.
Comedy is in the middle. Everyone trying to get the read of his opponent.
I feel that maybe Felix Fuchani should adjust his lines a bit. He's been bowling that outside off stump line and it's been working out for him. But because you're bowling to lower order batters, maybe you can try and bowl stump to stump and see what happens. Keep the wickets in check. Give yourself a chance of picking up that wicket. The seamers are not taking any chance. They're having protection in front of the square. At long on, hit through covers and hit well enough for 4 runs. Out of nothing, there is a boundary there for the Nigerians. And that boundary will bring the over to an end. Well placed there. A little into the surface, but a little wide from the batter, giving him a chance to free up his arms and managing to send that one to the boundary. 176 for 8 is the score after 44 overs. The two batters at the crease for Nigeria at the moment is Pelumi Orimolade with the 6 off 10 and Abdul Ismail with the 2 off 6. The Ghanaians will have themselves to blame somehow for the 18 extras they have given away. But Larry Itag, they are coming in to bowl the 45th over of the innings. Starts off with the Yorker, and the Yorker off the inside edge of the bat to the wickets. And it is another wicket there for the Ugandans, the 9th one in the innings. Itag Larry with the second in his name. And Uganda making sure that now they welcome the last batter to make his way to the crease. Pelumi will be the man to depart. It was a very, very good ball there to bowl to the lower order batters. Make sure that you're keeping the wickets in check. A well executed Yorker off the inside edge of the bat to the wickets has paid the dividends there for Larry Itagi. A left-handed batter will be the last batter to make his way to the middle. And it is Prince Will Chigozi who makes his way to the middle. Uganda now have a very, very big chance of wrapping up the innings. and I beg to correct it is Abdullah Ismaila, who was dismissed by Larry Itagi. Itagi continuing right arm over for the lefty, but he's gotten now that ball drifting away from the left-handed batter. And now the Ugandans have a very big chance of bowling out the Nigerians for less than 200 runs. And they also have a chance of wrapping up the innings at this particular moment of the match.
Prince Will Chigozi, along with Pelumi Odimorade. Now it's up to them to decide if they are going to play remaining 5.4 overs, or if they're going to let Larry Elton Itagi to finish things up now. Prince Will Chigozi couldn't help with that delivery. All he can do is just to make sure that he watches it, and other thing he can do just to make sure that the ball is not going to hit his stumps. Everything else, he's letting it pass. The ball is drifting away. I mean, swinging very, very from off stump to, I mean, from the middle stump to the off stump. Now you can see he's now changing sides. But again, the ball is still drifting away from the stumps.
Yeah, now because of his bowling action, he has received an umpire from the warning for damaging the danger area. You receive 2 of those and you're suspended from. Sorry. You only received 2 warnings from the umpire. So now Larry will need to run off the wicket as he's bowling. Given by the umpire there, dead plumb from the last batter. And it will be the final wicket there for the Ugandans. The third one for Itag Larry. And that will be how the innings will be wrapped up by the Ugandans. The Ugandans have made sure that they bowl out the Nigerians for 176 runs in 45 overs. But now Uganda will need 177 runs from 50 overs to make a great start to this tournament. Uganda wanted to selected to bowl first. The Nigerians struggled in the first innings of the game when they had just started losing early wickets. But there was a solid partnership between Kenneth Boniface, 97 of 100, alongside Okasha Isiaku, 34 of 81, that has helped the Nigerians to limp to 176 all out in 45 overs. What a batting display there from Kenneth Boniface. He will be the talk of the day because of his display. But the bowling card there for Uganda, Larry Elton Itagi, 3 wickets, Felix Ochan, 3 wickets. Both of them bowling 3 and 4 maiden overs respectively at economy rates of 2 and 2.67 respectively. Jackson Asiku, Hamidu Munigwa, Brazmir Ali picked up a wicket apiece. Uganda giving away 18 extras will be something for them to regret. But I tell you, we will take a short break and we will return with the second innings of the game where Uganda will be needing 177 in 50 overs to pick up the first win in this qualifier.
Respect. 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 Respect.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're right back for the second innings. Team Uganda Team Nigeria taking on Team Uganda in ICC Under 19 Men's Africa Division 2 qualifiers. In the morning on the toss, Team Uganda winning the toss and opting to field first. They have done well, allowing Team Nigeria to post 176. And without taking too long, Team Uganda starts off with a boundary. Devanshi Kumar, Ritesh Patel, right-handed batter. Without taking too long, starting off with a boundary in the very first place, allowing Team Nigeria to post 176. Maybe looking forward to chess 18 style. That one was well pitched and drifting coming in. On the other side, the other game, first innings is now done. Team Rwanda have posted 400 runs plus. It was entertaining game to watch. I'm telling you. Loud appeal again. But the umpire, Christian Gasana, saying that bat first. Team Nigeria looking very energetic and confident, even forecast. Team Uganda having 300 deliveries to be played, needing 176 runs. Now let us see how is Uganda going to chase such score. You can't say it's a low score, but again, having 300 deliveries to be played and also needing 177 deliveries, it's a very simple equation. Just strike rotation can carry you through. Now it's up to Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel along with his partner to decide what's going to be the result of this power play and the foundation of this run chase. Samuel Ahisbue, just number 30, along with just number 62, Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel, opening the account for Team Uganda. And apart from that boundary, Patel have not got anything. But again, in the very first innings, 2 overs were maidens. So these are just small details where team gains the early advantage or wins, making sure that if in the very first innings the opponent was 0 in the first 2 overs, and now they have 4 runs in the very first over, it seems like, it simply means that the Worms have taken over. Now it's up to these two to make sure that they keep this momentum up, because Team Nigeria, they have lost 6 crucial wickets in a quick succession. So now, how is these two guys going to approach every single delivery to make sure that what happened in the very first innings is not going to happen in this run chase? Here in the commentary box, I will be with the media manager of Uganda, Ivan Sajabi. Ivan, good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Enoch. Welcome back from that lunch break. This is the plan for the Nigerians. They opened up with the seamer, and now there is a spinner coming into the attack. South one beating the outside edge there. Prince Gihozo, left arm spinner. He bowls left and he bats left. He was last batter to face. And when you saw the ball that Devansh Patel scored a boundary for on the very first ball of the innings, it was angling in too much for him, and then he managed to play it around with the turn. But the plan for Team Uganda has not been hunting for boundaries in the first 10 overs. The plan for Uganda has always been clear. See off the shine in the first 10 overs and just make sure that you keep protecting strike where possible. Then you can play all those other fancy shots. Because you know this is junior cricket. Every time you lose early wickets, you put some bit of pressure to the next batters. Now, when you look at the field setup there for the spinner, I saw the fielders are inside the 30, apart from one who is at cow corner. So they are making sure that the only catching option they do have is left the cow corner fielder, because he's bowling the ball a little away from the batters. Devansh Patel there. Well, is for long innings. Devansh Patel is the son to Ritesh Patel. He also receives coaching from his father because they do have a bowling machine at home. Spent some time in India where he always goes to the different academies because his father wants him to grow in his game of cricket. They also play for the same cricket club with the father in Uganda. The club is called Kifaru Cricket Club, and both of them were previously playing for Premier Cricket Club. So he's always playing cricket under the watch of his father because his father wants to see him excel. And he's not the only person whose father wants to see excel. I said there's another friend of mine from India. Is called Gopal Dudarejia. He has a son who is currently about 15 years old, called Hariom Dudarejia. So the father is also coaching him always and making sure that the son grows in his game. There is an appeal there, but I don't think. Oh, it's given by the umpire. It was a little feather. I thought maybe it had brushed the pads, but the umpire says it was the feather, and that will be the end of the innings for Devansh Patel. The first wicket goes for the Nigerians in the second over, and they'll need to pick up as many wickets as possible and early to make sure that they keep Uganda on the back foot. Uganda loses the first wicket there, and the scoreboard reads 5 runs for a loss of 1 as Devansh Patel departs. Yeah, just a confirmation of the dismissal there for Devansh Patel. Devansh Patel out bowled because that ball went and hit the pads and then it nipped back and knocked off the bail. And that's the first wicket there. 6 for 1 is what the scoreboard reads. Devansh Patel 4 of 10. And Mir Ali Abraiz is the new batter who makes his way to the middle. 6 for 1 after 2 overs. A little angling in there from the opening batter, Abdullahi Ismail. But well worked around in the corner by Ahisiwa Samuel to pick up another run there and bring Abraiz Mir Ali on strike. The Nigerians, as always, very, very loud in the pitch, making sure that they do continue doing some good work and make sure that they keep asking those tough questions to the Ugandans. Left arm over for Abdullahi Ismaila. Works it around the corner. Work to do for the fielder, but it will only be a single. Straight to the hands of the keeper, but waiting for what the umpire will say. The umpire shakes the head in disagreement. Not sure that one touched, but there was a sound, Enoch. Yeah, now you see the difference there is because when you're chasing, most times you know what target you need in every over, so you can do some bit of calculative chasing. So now that's why Uganda has that liberty of making sure that they calculate. But now it's when you're in the first innings of the game, you need to make sure that somehow you play and see where the game goes. But as you come to the end of over number 3, 8-1 is the score. Uganda still needing 169 runs from 282 balls if they are to pick up this win. A Braze trying to access that gap leg side, and he manages to rotate strike again there for Uganda. Working that one around the corner. Now bringing some Highsway on strike. Some Highsway is very, very good with the sweep shot. But then that is not something it's also called for at the moment here for Uganda. So he just needs to try and hang around and find runs. Plays that one late and he plays it very, very well. It is a boundary there for Uganda. Yeah, clearly on that occasion, there's I saw Samuel was also interested in taking the run, whereas Abraze Ali wasn't really interested in taking that run. But then there's no pressure. Let's make sure that you grow your innings. The number of balls that they have to face are really way higher than the number of runs needed for them to win. So then you just make sure that they continue seeing off the shine these first 10 overs, then they can maybe make sure that they find the runs in the next passage of play. That is a good ball there coming in from Abdullahi Ismail. Just bowling that fourth stump line. And because he's bowling left arm round and he's bowling outswingers, the balls just go across the batters. So it's a good bowling display so far for the Nigerians. And they also have a spinner who tightens his grip on one end. Just make sure that they don't give anything easy for the Ugandans. Rwanda posting the tournament highest score on match day number 1. Mozambique will be having lunch, but wondering what they will do when they go back to give it a chase. But that game will clearly give an advantage to Rwanda. Whereas the other side, where Ghana is taking on Sierra Leone, it will be a pound for pound affair. A West African derby of sorts, 265 all out to Ghana under 19, and Sierra Leone will need to respond well if they pick up the win. Uganda is 14 for 1 after 4.2 overs, and they still have work to do. 116 to 174 balls, then pick up the win. But then these two batters, Abraze Ali and Samuel Ice, we don't need to lose another wicket early because a wicket here means pressure to the incoming batters. Good use of the wrist there by Abraze Ali. He will not take the boundary, but it will be a double. Because the ball was angling in there from Ismaili. He manages to just work it round the corner and he picks up that double.
That fine leg. And if Team Nigeria really want to win this one, it will be required to be sharp and alert in the fielding. Okasha Isiaku losing everything completely, and he was close close to stopping that. And Samuel is the happiest now. 158 runs required in 271 deliveries. Playing that one straight on the ground, and it's racing all the way to the boundary. And the boundary, it will be well driven, well placed, and well timed, and timed to perfection. Brace Mill Ali wearing jersey number 17. Ivan, do you have any idea why that young man wears that jersey, the shirt number, or maybe it's because of AB de Villiers or whatever?
I beg to correct, the new bowler is Okasha Isiaku, right arm medium, and not Daniel. Confused by that 88-28 mix. And you look at the jersey for the Nigerians, they somehow changed the shade in it. It is not like the previous jersey they were using. And also, when you look at the jersey for Uganda, because Uganda rebranded from Uganda Cricket Association, they are now a Federation Cricket Uganda. They also changed their jersey a bit. And when you look at the print close, it has some bit of animals in it. And it is too much of yellow compared to the previous jersey that they had, because the jersey that they had some red stripes in it. So teams are trying to rebrand. A good start there to the over by Okasha. Start off with dot balls only. Hang was one in, but it might be missing down the leg, and it is a dot ball.
Kesha Isiaku missing the line completely and delivering a wide. Having to sleep the position, and maybe that's the reason why he's keeping it on that line. A chance, and the chance goes down, Mr. Ivan. You can't believe what I'm just saying here. Right after talking about these two fielders in this place.
Yeah, two fielders in the slip cordon there, but the guilty one who didn't get hold onto that opportunity is Hosanna Omonkobiho, clearly from the feather of the blade of Samuel Ahaisiwe, but didn't hold onto it. Well, you feel that the ball was straight to him and just had to cushion it well. Now Samuel Ahaisiwe, because that was off the feather of his bat, he has now adjusted and is now presenting the full face of the bat. End of the over, a maiden over for the Nigerians. And as we come to the end of the over, 25-1 is the score after 7 overs. Priswell is back into the attack, but this time he has changed his passing left arm round the wickets, yet he has been passing over, and he manages to start off with a dot ball.
Brace Mill Ali showing some class there. I'm liking the way this young man is just trying to use his wrist, just showing some wrist work. Trying to flick that one, but unfortunately it's driven straight to the field. Trying to have a nick to play a late cut. Atomonko Bill did a very great work in that place. They are driving that one and still driven into the hands of the fielder, and that's the end of over number 8. 25 runs on the board after the loss of one. Is Team Nigeria taking on Team Uganda. Pace on delivery. Pace on delivery. And Samuel Ahisbwe trying to drive that one but missing the lane completely. I mean, the timing wasn't there. And he almost created a chance. The fielder in covers. Oh my lord, what a great pitch of delivery. That is from Okasha Isiaku.
Yeah, Okasha's first over was a maiden over, and he was bowling to Samuel Ahesiwe. So he will be happy again to see that it is Samuel Ahesiwe to face his second over. 2 dot balls already. Finally gets it into the gap, and he will take the single. Yeah, just getting some bit of a cramp in the muscles there, and he will have to receive some bit of medical attention. Bresmir Ali.
Fast delivery right after the physiotherapist was taking care of Abraismil Ali. Just right after that break, Team Nigeria found a breakthrough. The tension is absolutely high here at Gahanga Cricket National Stadium, Ground B. Team Uganda is fighting tooth and nails here. Team Nigeria being very energetic. Robert Owil joining Samuel Ahesibe. Right on the money. And Robert Owil can't go off the mark after playing two deliveries. And with that the delivery to mark the end of over number 9, 150 runs, 151 runs required from 146 deliveries. From the numbers, you can easily say that Uganda are in full control. But due to this tight bowling of Nigeria, I'm telling you, things are 50-50. Playing that one straight on the ground into the hands of the fielder. And Prince Will Chigozi coming back into the attack, starting well, but this time around, Samuel Ahesibwe not sparing this young kid, losing the line and the length. And Samuel finally got a boundary from that delivery. Right after taking that delivery, the boundary, he is right back on his track, trying to get a single and after single, trying to go hard, and yes, just one bounce and all over the rope just for a boundary. This over seems to be expensive, I'm telling you. Actually, it is. Finishing the over style is Samuel Ahesbe getting 2 boundaries in this over. And with that boundary, marks the end of over number 10, 34 runs on the board after the loss of 2. It's Team Nigeria taking on Team Uganda. It's ICC Under 19 Men's Africa Division 2 qualifiers. Minding you, in this division, 3 teams will be promoted to Division 1 to play for the ticket for the World Cup. Robert Owil, who is yet to go off the mark, right after saying it, he flicked that one straight to the fine leg, and he is off the mark with that fine looking shot. Kasha Isiaku, actually for Team Nigeria to win is to make sure that they keep breaking partnerships. Otherwise, if you can let those two stay there for too long, they can do right some history. Back to that catch dropped by Monkubio. It was a much needed catch. Again, it happens vice versa. Sometimes you can drop that one, but again, you can, still can win the game. It's all about coming back stronger. Team Rwanda putting up some show against Zimbabwe. Fans are enjoying. Another good looking shot from Samuel. Another quick single from Samuel and Owil Robert. Owil Robert, who was not aware of anything, he just saw Samuel coming straight to the non-striking end, and the man decided to run straight to the striking end. And that marks the end of over number 11, 38 runs after the loss of 2. 139 runs required from 234. deliveries. Driven and driven into the hands of the fielder in covers. Flicked and flicked away with power, and they will be coming back for the second one, and comfortably they will make it. Playing that one upishly, trying to take the aerial route, but the elevation wasn't good. It's just stopped right at the 45. Now Robert O'Will on the strike. O'Will trying to drive and can't get it to go. It will just only be a single. And this is the number one of Africa Division 2 qualifiers happening live here in Rwanda, Kigali, GAHANGA, Kicukiro. There will be some sort of breaks as players from Uganda now taking some water. Prince Will Chigozi coming to deliver over number 7 of his will. 43 after the loss of 2 just in 12 overs. That's what the scorecard reads for Team Uganda. And of course, they are on the right track as the current run rate is 3 runs per over, 0.58. And the required run rate is 3.53. They're just keeping it around on the right map. And there is Samuel Ahesibwe who's just trying to get those quick runs without thinking about the run out or anything. trying to drive, and there is a run out chance on the other end, but wrong end and wrong call. And these are some of the mistakes which are going to cost everything that Team Nigeria have got. That must really hurt. Really went straight to the gloves. Due to that reaction, you can spot the way it really hurts, and the physiotherapist will be the one in charge of everything. We've seen physiotherapists coming in, taking care of the players, and right after departing, the players parting with him like Brace Mill Ali. And these short breaks are really helping Team Nigeria to organize some traps, and those traps are working. Now let us see what's the plan for Team Nigeria. As they have said, if I can say a low total 176 just in 45 overs, and Uganda they are already on 44 after the loss of two just in 12 overs. Now let us see what Team Nigeria is up to for them to start off qualifiers winning the games. The short break comes to an end, and Prince will come back a few inches just from hitting the timbers, and Robert O'Will survives that one. And that's the end of over number 13. 44 runs on the board after the loss of two. It's Team Uganda batting and Team Nigeria bowling. Team Nigeria taking on Team Uganda. Team Uganda in the morning, they have won the toss and they have elected to have ball first. Looking forward to restrict Nigeria below 150 runs. Nigeria coming in trying to get those 200 runs, but close. Team Uganda was going to achieve their target of restricting them below 150. But out of nowhere, Kenneth Boniface came in and did miracles. He played an innings of authority of 97, just only to be caught at fine leg trying to get a boundary so that he can put a century. Then, fortunately, it didn't go in his way, and Okasha Isiaku comes back into the attack. That one goes up in there, and it's racing all the way to the boundary, just a couple of bounces, and reaches to the rope. Samuel Ahesbe showing some class shots here. Okasha Isiaku not being the luckiest. Team Uganda right on the track. Flicking that one onto the leg side region, chases on. And Robert trying to come back for Samuel trying to go back for the second one, but Robert shows no interest of coming back at all. Just one run to put 50 up for Team Uganda under 19 men's. The physiotherapist of Team Nigeria will step in, take care of the young guy, the young man, Okasha. Team Uganda will take that advantage to talk to the coach and players so that they can know what they are supposed to do at this stage of the game. Robert Owil on the strike. Bumper. What a great pitch of delivery that is from Okasha. Coming back with some plans, you can see. You can see there is a third man. There is even slip, first slip. It clearly shows that with that bounce, I wanted the batter to edge so that the Fielder in the sleep, so the third man can do some work much better. Much better from the batter. Robert O'Will gets a boundary. Kenneth Boniface, just the number 71, trying to get there in time, but he couldn't manage to get there. Kasha Isiak was the one to stop that boundary, but he couldn't. And with that boundary, we allow Team Uganda to have 53 after the loss of two. 50 is up for Team Uganda. Into the right lines. Use of the wrist. Trying to catch the fielder at square leg sleeping. Kasha deciding otherwise, deciding not to release the delivery. Maybe he's up to something. Another great pitch of delivery. Samuel Ohisbe was a little bit up. If he could have just managed to stay down low, was going to get that one right, but he couldn't. Okasha pushing Samuel to play on the back foot, and since the very first delivery, since Samuel was here, he was not executing that shot well. I mean, anything where they tried to push him to play on the back foot, all he did was just to block it. While Abrez Mill Ali did everything. I mean, use of the wrist and everything else just to make sure that he gets some runs. That's the difference between these two players so far. Abrez Mill Ali can just use the wrist, can use the wrist and get some runs around. But when it comes to Samuel, all he does is just to block anything coming in that line. And Okasha missing the line completely, and it will be a gift to Team Uganda. And Okasha finishing his over just in style. On 54 runs on the board after the loss of 2 just in 15 overs is what the scorecard reads. Well driven. Abdullahi Ismail comes back into the attack again just to deliver the 5th over of his spell. Robert O'Will leaving that one. But again, for Team Nigeria, those dots can sometimes yes apply pressure to your opponents. But again, they just need to get breakthrough, and make sure that this partnership won't stay here for too long. Otherwise, it can turn out to be something else. Because you can see that Robert, even though he's not scoring from those deliveries, he's also leaving them on purpose. At least if you can say that he's not watching the ball, he's not doing whatever, but now he is in control. That's power in control. Whatever you can leave, sometimes you can also block, and whatever you can block, you can also hit. So that's why you have to be aware of what can be the best plan for you and what can work for you so that you can just put it in the place. The young lad seems not to be okay. Physiotherapist was here just in a few minutes. Still seems like Abdullahi is not okay at all. Well left by Robert, but again, you can't stay there leaving everything. At least you have to make sure that you are in touch with the ball. After Abdullahi have seen that anything, anything kept on the offside is working for him, the man is not going to leave that region. Person delivery, just Robert. All we can do is just watch it flying all the way to the wicketkeeper's hand. And that's the end of the over. Over number 16, 55 runs after the loss of 2 is what the scorecard reads. Robert O'Will, 7 runs off 19 deliveries, and Samuel Ahisbe 28 offs, 46 deliveries. And they are chasing 176 in 50 overs. And the break is over. Samuel Ahosibwe still struggling to play those deliveries coming straight on his abdomen. Anything which is pushing him to play on the back foot. And again, you have to be aware of the lines and the length you are bowling. Yeah, it's good that he cannot play those deliveries, but again, look at the field set. There is nothing on the leg side. So the moment he uses the wrist or pulls to that side, it's going to be a boundary. The fielders are on the offside, so you have to be aware of those small details. Otherwise, the batter can catch you sleeping. Well placed, and the ball is racing all the way to the boundary, and Abdullahi Ismail misses that one completely. He was behind the ball. I don't know what happened, and it's a boundary. I've said it. You have to be aware of every single move, every motion happening in the field. Otherwise, the batter can catch you slipping and get a boundary, and that's what happened. Playing that one into the offside, straight to the fielder at point. Playing that one with a straight bat, and the Ugandans already their flag is waving at their tent. And of course, you can see two batters having some chat, exchanging some words, reminding each other what they are supposed to be doing at this stage of the game because they do need to win this one. They're defending champions. I mean, they have been to the World Cup back in 2022. They have won the qualifiers in 2021, which was also happening here. And they went the World Cup in 2022. And again, they are here in 2026 trying to get qualified so that they can be in Division 1 and after in Division 1 to see if they can qualify in World Cup straight. Can spot the amount of work each and every single team which is playing in this Africa Division 2 qualifiers needs to put in. Trying to go for a biggie, but again, he can't get it to go. everything which is pushing these two to play on the back foot is not working. Which simply means that these two will just have to find a solution, because otherwise Nigerians will keep it right there all day long. Same delivery and same results. And that's the end of over number 18. 59 runs on the board after the loss of 2. Cut away and cut away powerfully. There is a fielder in the deeper midfield. I think someone will need to come back for the second one. But Robert sometimes shows no intent of coming back for the second run.
Very, very happy to take that single run, Samuel Ahaisibwe. But clearly you see it is because Robert Oili is also a capable batter there for Uganda. But Samuel Ahaisibwe and Robert Oili now leading the rebuilding job here for Uganda. That one just beating the outside edge of the bat. And when you look at their scores, Samuel Ahaisibwe moving so well there for the side. 33 of 53, whereas Robert Oili is on 7 of 26. But I tell you, Robert Oili is also the other very, very capable batter. 118 runs from 192 balls. Uganda taking some bit of caution during this run chase because they know it is important to get a first win in the first game of the tournament. So clearly that is why they are just making sure that they continue building the innings and make sure that they do pick up the victory in this game. Some good pace. We are coming in from the young man donning that jersey, number 8, Daniel Oyodele. He can beat the outside edge of the bat. And when you look at the line he's bowling, that fourth stump line, it is the same line which was bowled by Larry Itag and Felix Kuchan in the first innings. So Daniel Oyedele was somewhere watching, and now he's replicating what he has seen. Protection there for Robert Oili. Third man, fine leg outside the 30, extra cover and longer off, because the plan for Daniel will be bowling outside off stumps all day long. Powerful there from Robert Oili, but it will pick up the extra cover fielder for just a single. Now bring back Samuel Ahaisibwe again on strike. Robert Oili down in our domestic league in Uganda. He plays for a club called Park Shahins. They were champions of the Division 3 after defeating Centurion Cricket Club. Whereas on the other side, Samuel Ahaisibwe is with Abojo Cricket Club, a team that got relegated to Division 2 from Div 1. They had a bad campaign, a campaign where they did not pick up any win. But we've come to the end of the over, number 19. And what the scoreboard reads for Uganda under 19 is a 62 for a loss of 2 after 19 overs. The current one is 3.26 and the required is 3.71, meaning they are close. More 115 runs will be needed there for Uganda from 186 balls if they are to pick up the win and make sure that they make a good start. But updates from the other grounds, Rwanda posted 411 for 5 in 50 overs against Mozambique under 19. In response, Mozambique has 39 for a loss of 4 in 11 overs. Ghana under 19 posted 265 all out in 49 overs. And Sierra Leone in response has 37 for a loss of 1 in 14.3 overs. They are requiring more 229 runs from 213 balls. Tough game there for the Sierra Leoneans. The game for Rwanda happening at the Gahanga main ground, whereas the one for Ghana is happening at the IPRC ground. Too much width there offered to Samuel Ahaisibwe. He will thank him with that boundary, creaming that one through covers. There was an extra cover fielder who was standing very, very wide, and that ball beating him completely. And it is a boundary for Ahaisibwe Samuel. The boundary there from Samuel Ahaisibwe will take him 48 runs in 55 balls. Kenneth Boniface put up a show with the bat in the first innings. His first over of this match was a maiden, but now his second over has been welcomed with a boundary. Now that's much better. He's gone pace off, and he just kept it at the fourth stump line, and he's picked up that dot ball. So you'll need to make sure that he continues bowling that area. Extra cover, now standing close to where the other ball passed by Samuel Ahaisibwe. A bit of a leading edge from the bat. More protection leg side there. I see a long on fielder, cow corner, and deep mid wicket for Ahaisibwe if he tries to access leg side. He's very, very good with the sweep shot, Samuel, but he's not played any of those shots. That one just didn't carry to the fielder, but clearly it was a little hit straight to the man donning that jazz number 88, Ukasha Isiaku. That one is well guided again there by Samuel Ahaisibwe. He plays it late, and he plays it to perfection. 2 boundaries in the over. Some pressure releasing shots are coming in from Samuel Ahaisibwe. He is a tall lad, lanky, but again he fancies that short stance, and every time he sees the ball, just waits for it and plays it late, and he picks up another boundary. One more delivery remaining in this over. Samuel Ahaisibwe is now into the 40s. He is on 42 of 59. Using his wrist, but there is a fielder there at cow corner, and it will be a single for Ahaisibwe. Bring us the end of the 20th over, and the scoreboard reads 71 for 2 after 20 overs. Uganda still requiring more 106 runs in 180 balls. The start that the Nigerians had to this match will be more like something that they'll need to make sure that they carry forward, try and make sure that they still hunt for more wickets. We saw them dismissing Devansh Patel and Abraiz Mir Ali, but now these two have known the importance of having partnerships, and now if the Nigerians don't break this partnership as early as possible, the Ugandans stand a very big chance of picking up victory in this game. Not hit with control, but hit well, and this ground has been electric. A little using his wrist and angling in as he welcomes back Daniel into the attack, and Ahaisibwe Samuel will pick up another boundary there for the Ugandans. Because he has stuck around, and you look at the number of balls he has faced Samuel Ahaisibwe, they are 61 deliveries. He is now seeing a ball at the size of a soccer ball. That's why you see at the moment he is taking the liking to the bowling of the Nigerians. 2 boundaries in the previous over, and now he started off this over with a boundary. Pressure already to the bowler and changes the field. The third man being put in place right into the block hole, but it will be a dirty ball. And the protection there for Daniel has been extra cover, third man, and long off. And now he'll be having only one sweeper leg side, and that will be the fine leg fielder, because he has those balls that angle in, and it always balls outside off stump. So he wants you to play on the offside, down the ground with power. Samuel Ahaisibwe, and it will be a single. 5 already in 3 balls in this over, and this is smart cricket being played by Samuel Ahaisibwe. Get a boundary, because the required has been 3.71, whereas the current has been 3.62. So when you get the required runs in the over, say a boundary, get on the other side and take a rest, because it's a long game. You don't need to go all guns blazing. Robert already there trying to use his wrist, and he will also take the single, and the support there from the dugout of the Ugandan is very, very eminent. Now what has been the issue for the Nigerians at the moment on field is that they have started dropping their shoulders. and you no longer clearly feel them supporting their team the way they were in the first, supporting their bowlers the way they were in the first overs of the innings. That's a much better ball there, but the fielding there having some bit of a lapse. And you look at that ball there from Daniel Ayodele, it's going to pace off. And that's why it has been very hard for Samuel Ahisiwe to work away. So meaning if he can try and make sure that he bowls like that, he will keep his side very much into this game. The long outfield are now standing a little straight. Pace off again, and another dot ball. It has been some good thinking there from Daniel Ayodele. And as we come to the end of over number 21, 76 for a loss of 2 is what the scoreboard reads. Ahisiwe Samuel is on 48 of 68, and Robert Owili is on 8 of 32. Uganda still needs more 101 runs from 174 balls if they are to pick up this win. And what's needed in the other grounds, Mozambique needs 373 runs in 234 balls, and the Gahanga main ground if they pick up that victory. Whereas Sierra Leone is in need of 213 runs from 193 balls if they pick up a victory that side. The man who missed the half century by just 3 runs, Boniface, returns into the attack for Nigeria, playing it with a bounce. Robert Owili, but he plays it straight to the fielder, playing it on the back foot because that ball got some bit of turn and bounce from the surface. There is too much green on the surface, so meaning it is a good batting surface. Robert goes over the head of the fielder at mid-off, and it is a boundary. A bit of a volley there coming in from that man, Kenneth, and Robert Owili manages to punch it down the ground over the head of the mid-off fielder to bring up that boundary there for Uganda. Robert Owili, one of the aggressive batters that Uganda do have in their batting arsenal. But again, when you look at the start to his innings, that is just the first boundary for him. Sorry, that's just the second boundary for him. And now Kenneth makes an adjustment. Now Kenneth, the adjustment he has made is that he's taken the pace of the balls, making sure that if Robert Owili is to hit another boundary, he should use his power. And Robert Owili knows what we need in every over is a boundary. That's why you see these two batters, Samuel Ahisiwe and Robert Owili, have understood the assignment. When they hit a boundary, they right away take the foot off the gas, using the wrist and accessing that square leg area to pick up another single. And the single brings the over to any end. The over's gone here at Gahanga B Stadium at 22. And what the scoreboard reads for Uganda is 81 for a loss of 2. Uganda still needing more 96 runs in 168 balls. Daniel Ayodele will return into the attack for the Junior Yellow Greens. Off the edge of the blade of Robert Owili behind the square, but there is a third man. Not the best of throws there, but Uganda cleared from the way they took off. They wanted to set off for just one.
With that throw, I'm telling you, even me, I can come back. Because it's that Robert Owil tried to play it safe. And of course, it's the right thing to do. But he does that throw. Robert could have just reached in the batting crease, same as Samuel could have just reached to the non-striking end. the way Nigerians have started off with a lot of energy. They were more energetic, but now, as you've said, they're not talking, they're not doing anything, just fielding and bowling. And sometimes those two cannot win you the game because you have to apply some pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, well said. They need to make sure that they hold a positive body language and put some bit of pressure. That ball clear going down the leg, so the appeal will go in vain. And just looking at the upcoming fixtures, tomorrow, Monday, 10th August at 9:30 Kigali PM. But I love also mentioning it in East African time, 10:30. At the Gahanga main ground, Nigeria will take on Ghana, another East African derby there on the card. Whereas at this very ground, Uganda will return and play Mozambique. Rwanda will go to the IPRC Kigali Stadium and they will play Sierra Leone right into the block hole there. And all hit by Samuel His will take another single. So the tournament will be taking shape tomorrow. I tell you, runs have been flowing. Cedric Tuzuzu with a half century against Mozambique, 60 runs. Kenneth Boniface with another half century, 97. David Atik for Ghana also with another half century. And the captain for the Rwanda U19 team, Jespanses Akaror, also scored a half century, 84 runs. What a day it has been here in Kigali. We've come to the end of the over here at the Gahanga B Stadium. These two grounds, if you've never been here in Rwanda, they are just very, very close to each other, Gahanga main ground and Gahanga B. And I tell you, if you sit in the middle of the bunker, if you sit at the middle bunker, you can access action on the Gahanga B and the Gahanga main ground. So it's one of the favorite spots where most men love watching cricket from. And I tell you, I've seen the former chairman for Cricket Uganda, Bashir Badu Ansasra, right in Rwanda. Say him sitting close to the founding president, Charles Haber, the founding president of Rwanda Cricket Association. I also saw the president for Rwanda Cricket Association, the current one, Stephen Musale. For him, he was watching from the Gahanga pavilion. Then I saw the chairman for the Abakambwe. His name somehow flying out of my head, but he's also around ground. All those gentlemen there who have so the contribution to the game have come around to watch this match. 82-2 is the score after, I beg your pardon, 83-2 is the score after be correcting the scores shortly. But for now, there is a bowling change for the Nigerians. Kenneth out of the attack. And Okasha is into the attack. Where there was no run, Uganda will take the run. A bit of a fielding lapse at the moment there for the Nigerians. You need to make sure that you're conceding those runs which are when the balls are being hit straight to you. But currently the Nigerians, Samuel Haisu already crafted his half century 50 of 65, but because of the issues with the graphics, we could not get it in quick time. So now I think he can battle it off really, because what is important is that milestone. And that's the moment there for him, a half century for Samuel Ahaisigwe. It has been a day of scoring runs, Enoch. And you give credit to Rwanda Cricket Association for making grounds where the younger boys can come out and play and find the runs.
This shows you the way they have been preparing, waiting for this tournament. And even, yeah, sometimes we'll be counting that it's a half century or a century. And again, we forget to watch those details. The way Samuel have been playing, it's not because that he can't hit the ball or he can't get a maximum or a boundary, but look at the way he have been playing, just like a team player, knowing what the team needs and how to do it and when to do it. This clearly shows you a good player a person can be. Even as in the morning you've seen what Boniface have done. That clearly shows you the way a person can be calculative and again productive at the same time, same as Samuel.
Yeah, 2 wickets falling around Samuel Ahisi, where first was Devansh Patel and second was Abraham Ali, but he's kept his sleeves high and he's made sure he continues to score the runs. Solid as a rock, Robert Owili. Robert Owili's brother has always been rooting for him. Has a brother called Wilfred Ogwang, who is also the head coach for the Soweto Cricket Academy down in Uganda. But then for Robert Owili, he has a brother who was in the team that played for Uganda in the last Under-19 World Cup in Ronald Omara. So these two or three, all hailing from the Ginger Road Barracks just near Rugogo Cricket Oval, but a proper cricketing field, because his older brother was a wicket-keeper batter for Uganda during that 2022 World Cup in the West Indies. Now the young brother is also earning his stripes in that yellow uniform. Robert Owili, the batting, holding his sleeves high and knowing that, yes, we're representing the nation and representing it with pride. And now that single that he has taken brings us to the end of the over. And what the scoreboard reads at the moment is 89 for a loss of 2 wickets after 24 overs, and Uganda still requires 88 runs from 156 runs. You clearly give them the advantage, unless the Nigerians can do something out of their skins to make sure that they do break these partnerships, continue picking wickets, and maybe try and turn the game in their favor.
Actually, Ivan, for me, when I saw a wheel, the very first thing which came in my mind is a wheel. That was like, these guys siblings or whatever. That delivery beating the wicket keeper completely, and it goes all the way to the boundary. That means that they are 5 wide.
Not really, Owili and Wawili are not siblings. They even come from different regions in Uganda, because Owili comes from that side towards the north, whereas Wawili comes from the east. Okay, this was might be close, but one being a Samiabai tribe, and this one is, I think, and actually Robert Owili. Maybe they are a bit synonymous in pronunciation, Owili, Wawili, but very, very different people. But then I tell you, Robert Owili also plays in the league in Kigali. He plays for Kigali Super Kings. And when the team was playing in the final, that one was at IPLS, I think during the times of Kwibuka. That weekend, Owili was in Rwanda playing some bit of cricket at IPRC. So he knows how, he has an idea on how some of these wickets play. And I tell you, when he goes down to IPRC, he might be enjoying his pack. Now, the biggest issue for this over is that the over started with 5 wides. And now the bowler is still trying to overcorrect it, Daniel. And he is bowling more wides instead of sticking on a proper line. Because when you're defending 177 runs in a 50 over game, you don't need to give away so many extras. And now the Nigerians are showing too much generosity at the moment and not sticking on the good lines. There is an appeal there, but the umpire just making his way to rearrange the furniture and not interested anyway in that stamping. But I love the quick glove work there from the captain. Could never understand what happened. But when you look at this game in terms of extras, Uganda in the first innings of the game gave away 18 extras, and Nigeria has so far responded the generosity very, very well. They have so far given away 16. Scoreboard reading 95 for 2 after 24.2 overs. And it's a good passage of play here at the moment for Uganda, as they still require more 82 runs in 155 balls. So now work to do there for Nigeria. And actually, when I was looking at the team list for the Nigerians, they have a player, Peculiar Egmas. But remember, in the women's team, they have another player called the Peculiar Agboya, who was the captain, I think, during the captain for the female Yellow Greens when they went to Namibia for the division qualifiers last year. Then Omonkobiho, there was someone similar with this name Omonkobiho during the team that came for Nigeria here during the Kwebuka tournament. Yeah, it was Seyende Omonkobiho. So clearly, when you look at their naming, also it is a bit. They somehow name similar names, I think, for the men and women down there. Then the rest of the others in the women's team. Quickly, construct a church hymn, Easter Sunday, Salome Sunday. They all have some bit of church attachment in terms of the way they give their naming. Hit powerfully down the ground, but very, very well fielded. I love though the Nigerians are fielding at the moment, despite a few lapses in the field. But when you look at the balls have been hit straight to the fielders down the ground. Clearly, when you feel that the ball has been hit powerfully, the way they put the basics in play in terms of the long barrier, the throws, there has been some bit of accuracy in them, and we give some credit to Coach Daniel Gim. Slower there, but down the leg. That's a hit me ball. He will be happy that that ball went down the leg, but if it was side the wickets, I feel Robert Ouli maybe could have worked out with it. And now this is the issue. He has changed bowling sides. He's now bowling right arm over the wickets. But again, he's giving us so many extras. Started over with a 5 wide. He's given away another wide in the over earlier on. Now that was also a wide instead of just sticking on the good lines. Maybe he's starting to get tired. If you're the captain, you maybe think about replacing him. But he will pick up the dot ball to bring the over to an end. 25 overs have been bowled here at GAHANGA B Stadium. Uganda U19 has 98 runs for a loss of 2 wickets. And they still require more 79 in 150 balls. Another poor display in terms of glove work will give the Ugandans another boundary. That ball there just getting off the inside edge of the bat and a bit of a creeper, a bump ball. It went down the ground, but the wicket keeper not managing to stop it, and that ball goes all the way to the boundary. Yeah, when you look at the way the Nigerians are playing at the moment, they have started dropping their shoulders down and not holding the sleeves up. And now that boundary will bring up the 100 runs for the Uganda Under-19 team. They now have 102 for a loss of 2 wickets at the moment. But it's a good bowling idea there from the bowler. He's bowling it close to the 4th stump. So if Samuel Ahiso is not cautious, he may have one nipping back his wicket. So you need to make sure that you're presenting the full face of the bat. Because look at that ball which wasn't fielded well by the keeper. It got off the inside edge of the bat and just went down to the boundary for 4 runs. Make sure that you're presenting the full face of the bat and you're lining the ball very, very nicely. That one guided along its way. And another boundary in the over. 2 boundaries now for Samuel Ahisiwe. He has found his hitting range and he is now taking a good liking to the bowling of the Nigerians.
It was a fine looking shot. The fielder in the deep couldn't stop it. Just the coaching staff, Ivan, could just stop that one.
Yeah, it was hit right straight to the dugout of Nigeria. But it shows you that Samuel Ahisiwe used very quick arms, quick wrists, because the ball was swinging in. He just guided it along its way very, very quick like a bullet to pick up that boundary. Now that tells you that The bowler should be looking at bowling outside off stump because that is a challenging line for Samuel Haisiwe. But anything you try and nip back might be worked away very, very easily. Hit through covers there powerfully, but there is extra cover. And that's what I've been telling you about the Nigerians. Fine pick and just one bounce through there to the wicketkeeper from the boundary tells that if you take an attempt of trying to push for the extra run, you may end up losing your wicket. So clearly, the Nigerians are playing like a team that is coached. And it is good to have the basics right. Yesterday, their coach, Daniel Jim, was saying that always the players who are in the under 19 setup make that bit of continuity to the senior men's team. So he's not very sure on what might happen in this tournament. But now he's pushing for Division 1 slot. But he says that it is also important to make sure that these youngsters are given an opportunity to wear the yellow and green uniform, represent the nation, advance, and go play in the Div 1. After playing in the Div 1, they also have an opportunity of joining the emerging side, the A side, and then the senior men's team. Another poor glove work this way there from the keeper and captain. And that nearly was a poor throw. The umpire just telling the batter to relax a bit. Where there was no run, Uganda manages to take the run. Not sure if the umpires have called for the drinks. But as we come to the end of that over, the 26th over, 109 for 2 is what the scoreboard reads, and Uganda still requires 68 in 114 balls to pick up the win. The struggles for Mozambique at the Gahanga main stadium against Rwanda continue. Rwanda posted 100. Rwanda posted 411 runs for 5 in 50 overs. And Mozambique in response, they are 75 for 7 in 18.5 overs. Sierra Leone have put some bit of stability at the IPRC ground. Ghana under 19 scored 265 all out in 49 overs. And in response, the men from the Freetown are 62 for 2. They still need more 204 runs from 168 balls if they pick up that win. It wasn't a drinks break, but the umpire just allowing the batters have some bit of drinks because they have stuck around for some time. And there is some bit of humidity plus some bit of heat here in Kigali. So they said it's okay. You don't fault anyone if you take some bit of water in quick time. But now we'll be seeing a bowling change there for the Nigerians. The seamer, Daniel Ayodele, has been taken out of the attack. Now we'll be seeing a spinner being introduced into the attack. There was a chance to catch there. Aliya Kamara, who bowled just one over so far in the innings and conceded 11 runs, is now the bowler who returns into the attack donning that jersey. I beg to correct. Aliya Kamara is playing for Sierra Leone. The bowler at the moment is Pelumi Orimolade. And 2 singles up front in the over there for the Ugandans. But it has been bowling some good line. The only issue has been with where he's pitching the ball. You need to pitch it a little closer to the batters. Not too full, but there. And now that's a dot ball. The bowler is Pelumi Orimolade bowling his first over in the innings. Full toss. Not hit away. We'll be happy to go away with that one. The field set up there for him. Extra cover, longer off, deep mid wicket, and deep fine leg are the 4 boundary raiders.
Playing that one on the back foot. And again, different deliveries. but we'll try and tweet them in the same region, and it will be a dot, and with that dot, that marks the end of the over.
Yeah, it was a good over there at the start of things by Pelumi. He's given just 2 runs. And compared to the previous over, which went for many, the previous over, which was bowled from that side by Daniel, had 8 wades and about 2 singles, making it about 11 runs in the over. So when you come and you give out 2 runs, it means that you're bowling as per the good plan there for the captain, and you're trying to make sure that you keep your side in the game. But now I think the current passage of play will mean that the Nigerians will go back to the spinners. There is another change into the attack, and out of the attack is Okasha, who is replaced by Princewell Gihozo. Princewell has already bowled in the innings, and he had a very good bowling display in the power play. He bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, conceded 24 runs, and picked up a single wicket, the wicket of Devansh Patel. He got a nipping back ball, which got Devansh bowled. So now he's returned into the attack to make sure that he continues bowling well. Now they are introducing mid-wicket in place and a vacant square leg there. Playing it with soft hands. Samuel Ahaisiwe. Ahaisiwe means, when you look at the naming from the western part of Uganda, Banyankole, Bachiga, Batoro, they name like their names are named in Rwanda. Their names are related to God. The way you see in Rwanda, you have Imanishimwe, Lord be praised, Ishimwe, Lord be appreciated or thanked. So Ahaisiwe or Kuhaisa means praising. So Ahaisiwe means may the Lord be praised, something like that. So that gentleman there also comes from that part of the country, the western part, where the naming has that bit of godly feel. But now Uganda, even though the boundaries have been dried up by the Nigerians, they have continued to pick up the singles and run well between the wickets. For the biggest part of the second innings, the 2 coaches for the Uganda U19 team, Gurese Mutiagawa and Jonathan Sebanja, have been watching the game right on their toes. Not sure if there was some bit of pressure, but clearly Samuel Ahaisiwe and Robert Ory have put some bit of stability, and you feel that maybe they have restored some bit of order. The 3 who missed out in this game for Uganda include Adam Kasim, Ronald Rubanga Kenny, and the other who didn't play this game. Not sure the name is running out of my head. Kenneth Isuko also missing out in this game, but there is some bit of depth in the Ugandan team. End of over. 28 gone, 114 for 2 is the score. Uganda still requiring more 68 runs. I beg your pardon, not 68. Uganda needs more 63 runs and 132 balls to pick up the win. Nothing much to talk about the other games. And now the spinner is back into the attack. Creamed through covers. A lot of ground to cover by the fielder at extra cover, but it's only a single. The Nigerians, despite seeing Uganda on a good course, they have made sure that they keep themselves positive and continue fielding well. That's pulled away, but straight to the fielder. And that's what I've loved about the Nigerians. Good throw there. A 1 bounce throw there from the boundary is something that you would always wish to see every time you're seeing the young boys playing. And this is clearly what the baby cricket cranes, I beg your pardon, the junior yellow greens are doing at the moment. Hits right there by Samuel Ahaisiwe over the head of the bowler. The fielder standing at long off was standing wide, and that is another boundary there from Samuel Ahaisiwe. But when he scores the boundary, the coach shouts from the dugout and tells him that let's stick in to Vereko, because he knows always when these young players score a boundary, they sometimes get excited.
Playing that one into the lakeside region, there is a fielder in the deep, and it will be a dot. Back to that point, sometimes, they are still young, and they are just starting their career, they are starting their journey, and starting off with the boundary maximum and those innovative whatevers, you be like, oh, it's working.
I have a cousin brother who failed to play football because he had some good dribbling skills, but every time he could dribble past a player, he could become very happy and he ends up losing the ball. It actually dribble past one player, dribble past the other player, you clearly continue with that type of play. And that's what the message is for the coach. Just informing these players that yes, you're finding your hitting range somewhere, you have your half century. But what is very important here for Uganda may not be the half century for Samuel, but what is very important now for Samuel is to play throughout the entire innings and maybe play up to the last over. And what the only advantage Uganda will have if they do qualify for the Div 1 is that you've had an opportunity of having your players play some bit of international cricket. Because the first time Samuel Haiswe played with the jersey labeled Uganda is when the Rwanda U19 team visited Uganda in that high performance cup series, which had Uganda U19, Zimbabwe HPC, Uganda U19, Uganda Emerging, and Uganda and Rwanda under 19. So now it tells you that if you're playing again for Uganda in Div 2 and you play these 5 matches of Div 2 against international position, when you get to Div 1, you have that feel. You're now feeling that, yes, I am playing for Uganda, because you see sometimes when they tell you that you're going to play for Uganda, it's a dream which is not achieved by many. So it takes you some time to believe it. But now if they reach there, they have believed that, yes, we have been representing Uganda, they will stick to play well for the team. More batting remaining for Uganda, the captain himself, Daniel Alex Rwankeni, another capable batter, Eric Mukisa, Richard Sohera, can all take charge. But for now, the story is Ahaisiwe and Owili, the current two at the crease. Uganda still hunting 53 runs in 123 balls. Samuel Ahaisiwe announcing his arrival on the stage with the 71 of 86 and still in for Uganda. Much better there from Princewell, picking up some dead balls, make sure that they do keep some bit of pressure on. Well placed. And another single there taken by Robert Owili. These two teams will all be in action tomorrow again. And it is important to play the first game of the tournament and pick up the win. Uganda returns against Mozambique at this very ground, whereas Nigeria will go to the down ground, the Gahanga main oval, and they will be squaring off in West African Derby against Ghana. We've come to the end of the over. 30 overs have been bowled. And Uganda has 126 for a loss of 2 wickets. Two batters at the crease. Robert Owili, 25 of 62. Samuel Ahaisiwe, 72 of 87. As we see Pelumi returning into the attack for Nigeria. He has made a change in the field. When you look at his previous overs, the mid-off fielder has been up, and now he has gone down to, I beg your pardon, it is the mid-on fielder who has gone long off because Samuel Isibwe has shown that he's very, very capable of playing down the ground. And when you look at that field at long on, he's standing a little straight to the boundary, meaning that he can cut off those balls hit straight. He also has long off, extra cover, and deep square leg in place.
Samuel goes up in there. There is a fielder. There is a fielder saying mine, mine, and yes, taken. Samuel, after playing a brilliant innings with a brilliant performance, his innings comes to an end, just trying to go for a biggie, for a maximum, but it went in vain, Ivan.
Yeah, it was a shot very much uncalled for. He was finding the singles and was playing well for Uganda. But unfortunately, dropping his head, he wanted to go for a biggie. In the end, he didn't make any good timing. A catch taken and a wicket there for the Nigerians. That catch there taken by Daniel Ayodele off the bowling of Pelumi Orimolade. 72 of 90 at a wicket of 80 as Samuel Ahaisibwe departs. 125 wickets at the crease. And now it is the captain who makes his way to the middle. Uganda have 126 for a loss of 3 after 30.3 overs. And they are still hunting for 51 more runs in 117 balls. Now, jersey number 88, Daniel Alex Rubanga Kenny, the captain, makes his way to the middle. Plays for St. John's Secondary School Cricket Club down in Uganda. Another product from the Northern's cricket hub. Given an opportunity to be the captain, but now he comes in at a time where he needs to make sure that Uganda doesn't lose another wicket to get themselves onto pressure.
Captain starting off with defensive shots, not trying a lot. From the morning, the crucial key have been just making sure that you stay there just for some time. Every single person, every single player have managed to stay there just for some minutes. It all ended up with positive results. You've seen Samuel in this innings. You've seen actually even the morning when Nigeria was too close to go down to the wire in few overs, but again Boniface managed to stay there for too long. So now it's up to Owili and the captain to make sure that they do stay here just for some minutes.
And I tell you, Enoch, you make a very good point, and that's how 50 over cricket is played. Hang around, make sure that you just play time, because it's not a game where you would explode. And actually, when you see that the score, when you see the score which was scored by Nigeria, 177 runs, it is a score that you can come all guns blazing and you chase down. But again, that's not how you play this type of cricket. This type of cricket is played by just making sure that you take your time on the crease, punish bad balls, get singles. Because 177 is a T20 score. You could come all guns blazing, maybe hit a few sixes here and there and pick up the win. But that is not what the coaches are emphasizing. The coaches are saying, yes, this is not a very big score for the 411 scored by Rwanda today morning, but this is a score that we can only chase if we stick around. 128 for 3 is the score for Uganda after 31 overs and 49 more from 114 needed. As we see a bowling change. Just number 38, the opening bowler, the left arm, Abdullahi Ismail, returns into the attack but changes bowling ends and is now coming in from the side near the gate, the main gate to Gahanga International Stadium. Starts off with a dot ball there. Pace of ball for him to start off. And this is his display so far. He bowled 5 overs and conceded 22 runs up front. So now he returns to make sure that now he finds a way of picking up another wicket for Nigeria to keep them in the game. Goal driven there by Robert Owili. And another single there taken against the run of play. Much better there from the captain. Solid defensive shot. And a loud call that you would even hear from the dugout as he says white. And this is what you need to see from the youngsters. Application should be that if you're batting, the calls are clear with your partner to make sure that you don't lose any wicket to run out. The credit that you do give to the batters for Uganda. So there was one run out in that Nigerian innings, and what caused that run out was Kenneth Boniface had started enjoying the batting and he wanted to get strike again because it was the last ball of the over. He played it into the gap and he just took off. Okay, there was some bit of hesitation from his partner, should have been Daniel, but in the end, it resulted into a run out. But when your calls are very clear, white, no, yes, it clearly goes a long way to help your team in picking up the win. And these are some of the things that the coaches are coaching, running between the wickets, making the calls, because you can properly have the good shots, but again, can you make the right calls at the right time? Because however good you'll be with the bat, it becomes very, very hard for you to stick around if you can't communicate well with your partner. You need to make sure that you're operating on same networks with your partner. Playing it with the bounce there, Robert Oweri, and plays it a little late. Using his feet there to stop the ball. And bring us to the end of the over. 32 overs have been bowled here at the Gahanga B Stadium, and Uganda has 131 for a loss of 3 wickets, still needing more 46 runs in 180 balls. Bruno Guimaraes being welcomed there with a standing ovation at the Emirates Stadium, where the Emirates Cup has kicked off today as Arsenal, the Gunners, are taking on Borussia Dortmund from Germany. That game is 1-0 in favor of Borussia Dortmund. But it's a tournament that Arsenal organizes and wants to win by themselves. It's an invitation tournament, the way you see Kwibuka. You send invitation to other teams, and those that can honor the invitations come and take part. Right into the block hole there as Pelumi returns into the attack, and it is a dot ball. Good conditions of cricket here at the Gahanga Stadium. The sun coming out and making sure that we have play. Yesterday on match day number 1 of the third round of the ICC Challenge League B, there were some bit of rains that interrupted the game between Uganda and the hosts Tanzania. That game being reduced to 20 overs. In the end, Uganda coming out on top by 90 runs and remaining unbeaten in the tournament. Given by the umpire there, the captain wanted to work that one leg side, didn't make timing, and the umpire says that might have gone on to hit the wickets. Daniel Alex Rubanga Kenny trapped LBW. Uganda loses the 4th wicket. And when you look at the way the scoreboard reads at the moment for Uganda is 132 for 4 after 32.3 overs. And the umpires will call for the drinks right away as they also take a short break and return for the final half of the innings. Ladies and gentlemen, from wherever you're catching this game, this is the ICC Men's Under 19 World Cup Africa Division 2 qualifier happening here in Kigali, Rwanda. The new battle has made his way to the middle for Uganda Under 19 is Jackson Asiku, replacing the captain Daniel Alex Luvanga Kenny. Starting with touching that one, but didn't manage to get it into the gap. One thing anonymous about these two batters, Asiku Jackson and Robert Oli, they have played for the same club down in Uganda, Bodo Cricket Club, last year. Whereas they also started from the same school, St. John's High School, Kauga. So they know each other a little quite well. And I think Robert Oil will be happy to bat with Jackson Asuku because they are not only from the same club, but they are also close friends. But still work to be done. And if you just joined us, Uganda won the toss and elected to bowl first in this game. Uganda managed to bowl out Nigeria Under 19 for 176 runs in 45 overs. And in response, Uganda has 133 runs for a loss of 4 wickets in 33 overs, and they need more 44 runs in 102 balls if they are to pick up this win. Now the Nigeria have started motivating themselves after the break, Enoch, and you now hear them loud, and it is Ismail Abdullahi who returns into the attack for the Junior Yellow Greens. Gets one angling in to Jackson Asiku. Look at that wild throw. It gives Uganda an opportunity of taking the run. Very, very uncalled for. And Asiku will take that run.
Forty-three runs required from 101 deliveries. Driving that one hard, but it went straight into the hands of the fielder at covers. Now let us see how long it's going to take Uganda to get those 40s, if they are to win, or what's going to take Team Nigeria for them to take the victory away from Uganda. If I can say, Uganda already they have their one hand is on the victory. Until be a single, that was a plumber. It was bouncer just straight to the head. Seems like Ismail want to get the rid of the head of AJ.
One thing about the Nigerians at the moment that might cost them the game is that they are giving Uganda runs even when there are no runs. Clearly, if that was picked up in Iceland, maybe a proper throw could have seen Asiku in trouble. Oh, some good line there coming in from Abdullahi, just bowling to that fourth stump lane and a bit of a bouncer. For the pitched up balls, one thing I love to see is when you bounce it into the body of the batter and see if you can pull. Make it tough for them to play your deliveries. But bouncing it outside of stump, of course, Robert will leave it alone. After all, he knows that the number of runs needed by Uganda to pick up the win away less than the balls, so he may not fish anything. But we've come to the end of the 34th over. Scoreboard reads 136 for 4. And the 41 runs are needed by Uganda in 96. Robert Owili is on 30 off 75, whereas Jackson Asuku has 3 off 3. And now the spinner, Pelumi Orimolade, is back into the attack for Nigeria. Longer on, longer off, all in place, plus extra cover. Nigeria using all the four fielders, extra cover and deep mid wicket, all in place. Captain playing some cunning skills there. He wiped off the bells and was trying to show umpire Cesara that the batter was out of his ground, but Cesara just working on to organize the furniture. Inside out shot and well creamed into the gap. The umpire confirms that it is 4 runs, but what a shot there from Jackson Asuku.
That shows you the awareness of a player. He was just waiting for that delivery. Because you can see there is a huge gap, very, very huge gap. So if you have seen it and if you can be able to execute it, that's where his strength really lies.
Yeah, sometimes there is some bit of pressure because there are fielders in front of you. You say short cover, you say cover fielder and a point fielder, but then there's a big gap between longer off and extra cover. So clearly, if you can access that gap, you will score maximum rewards. But sometimes the batters be fearing to go hard. Putting it a little closer for Robert Owili. Well driven down the ground, and it is another single. This is a good over for the Ugandans. Boundary 4-2 singles make it 6. At a time when you require only 3 every over, and you're picking up 6, it clearly shows you that these two batters are well poised to take Uganda through. Pulled away. You don't bounce. Jackson Asuku, and he pulled into the gap. There was a mid-wicket fielder, but he was standing very, very wide. And that ball just going past the deep square leg area to go all the way to the boundary, make it 10 in the over. And as we come to the end of this over, Uganda has 146 for 4 after 35. And they are still hunting for more 31 runs in 90 balls to pick up the victory. Rwanda has bowled out Mozambique under 19 for just 89 runs in 27.2 overs. Rwanda winning that game by 322 runs. Massive, massive victory. Whereas the other side, the struggles of Sierra Leone have started. They are 85 for 5 in 29.1 overs, and they need 181 runs and 125 balls. Ghana here on a course of picking up the win. Abdullah Ismail back into the attack. There is an appeal and it is given by the umpire. This is what I was telling you about Enoch. When you're bouncing it, bounce it close to the body of the batter. Robert Owili beaten by the bounce and just trying to open up his blade. In the end, he manages a feather. And the captain and wicket keeper, Ali Rahman, gets hold onto that. And it is the 5th wicket that goes for Uganda. Scoreboard now for Uganda reads 146 for 5 as Robert Owili, 31 of 78, makes his way back to the dugout.
But Robert have played a crucial innings. Even along with Samuel, they have done great. And after the departure of Samuel, Robert stayed there doing some great work. Even have provided a good foundation for AJ.
Yes, indeed, a good production there for Robert Kajuna. But the left-handed batter will be the new batter in for Uganda, Richard Sohera. I was talking about him during the first innings. He bowls right and bats left, but he's very, very capable, and he's so good with the sweep shot. So anything to his body line, he can go for the slog sweep or the orthodox sweep shot. The left arm bowler, Abdullahi, now will be bowling to Richard Sohera, the left-handed batter. Touched that one nicely down to third man, and Richard Sohera gets off the mark for the Uganda under 19. That thing will bring the over to any end, and the scoreboard for Uganda will read 147 for a loss of 5. Oh, sorry, the over has not come to any end. Only 2 balls have been bowled in this over. 147 for 5 after 35.2 overs. Now angling it in to the right-handed Jackson Asiku. But Asiku, very, very equal to the challenge. He presents a full face of the bat, and it is a dotty ball. Nigerians, if they can continue picking up more wickets, they will add more pressure, and maybe they stand a chance of picking up the result. That is wide. Behind of the batter. The more extras they are being offered by the Nigerians. Uganda gave away 18 in the first innings, and Nigerians have so far given away 20 in the second innings. Touch and go has been the current business for the Ugandans as they keep milking the runs. Another one well placed into the gap, and another single. Good work there being done by Jackson Asuku and Richard Sahara to make sure that they keep finding runs for Uganda. End of the over here at the Gahanga B Stadium. But the 150 runs have come up for Uganda. 150 for 5 is what the scoreboard reads after 36 overs. And the men in yellow will still require more 27 runs in 84 balls to pick up the win. Now a change in the bowling attack as Okasha Isiaku returns into the attack, replacing Pelumori there for the Nigerians, because the Nigerians know that now we are into the lower order batters. The lower order batters are not always comfortable with the spinners, with the seamers. That's why they introduce pace back into the attack. So Header touching that one very, very nicely, and he picks up the single, well guided down to third man, and he will take the run. The captain doesn't want these two batters, Jackson Asuku and Richard Sohera, to look anyhow comfortable at the crease. That's why he's brought back the seamers to make sure that he makes them somehow uncomfortable. Hitting it with its bounce to extra cover, and that will be another single. And that's what you'd expect when there is a left and right combination in. Always the fielders changing every time there is change in guard. Touch and go, and a poor throw there, but Richardson are not interested in taking the extra run. The fielding has been good from the boundary for the Nigerians. The biggest issue has always been with those throws in the infield. They have lacked some bit of accuracy, so they clearly need to make sure that when they go and reflect on this match, their throws is one of the things they should be thinking about and reckoning on. Perhaps have a few sessions of maybe working on how they can do those pinpoint accurate throws. Touched there by the batter Jackson Asuku, but there was a fielder who has done good work there from 30-man area, stopping that one very nicely. Abdullahi, and not allowing it to run away. That dot will bring us the end of this over. "37 overs have been bowled, and Uganda has 154 for a loss of 5. They still need more, 23 in 78 balls. Daniel Ayodele is back into the attack, and it is a bowling change for the Nigerians. He comes in to replace Abdullahi Ismail from the gate end. That one there turning inwards, and it will be 5 wides added onto the total. This has been his only issue The last time he bowled from the side of the hill, he started the over with that weight down the leg and he gave away 5 runs before he was taken out of the attack. And you feel that he has picked it up from where he left it. He again starts with one angling in too much. Wants to bowl the in swinger, but again he's missing the lane and his 5 weight start off the over. Good adjustment there from him. And it will be a single taken by Jackson Asiku. Now Uganda needing more 17 runs from 77 balls to pick up the win. You feel that that extra column has somehow costed the Nigerians. They have been so generous and giving out everything as if we are in Lagos where we do enjoy the jollof rice. 24 extras have already been bowled by the Nigerians, something for them to reflect on.
Trying to go for a flick, but he missed everything. But fortunately, it was a wide. This really means a lot to Team Uganda. Daniel changing the lines, but changing the sides. And again, Richard Sohera, without taking too long, sent that one straight to the boundary. Now the score have reduced to 12 runs in 76 deliveries. We've been talking about frustration in the morning. Any team which have managed to hold their nerves so that they can't be frustrated or pressured up have ended up getting something.
Goes hard again, and it will be a same result. Back boundaries there for Richard Sohera. A little into the surface, given some bit of width. And Sohera says, thank you. Caresses it over the head of the point fielder to pick up another boundary for Uganda. Now, what is needed for Uganda to pick up the win is a single digit. 8 runs more needed for Uganda to pick up the win. And Richard Sohera and Jackson Asiku look like to be the men who will finish the job for the Ugandans. The Nigerians, we look at their body language currently at the moment, they are look like a team which has conceded defeat. That one left alone. One thing I love about that one left there from Richard Sohera is when he leaves it alone, the guys from the dugout of Uganda shout and say, hey guy. And the field set up their third man and fine leg both in place. They are not using extra cover and no mid wicket to make sure that they have extra fielders inside the 30 to put some bit of pressure. And every time the ball will beat the fielders, it will be a boundary. Make it the third boundary for Richard Sohera in the over. And you could clearly see that Uganda needs more 4 runs to pick up the victory. It is a hit away for them to pick up the win. But we've come to the end. We've come to the end of the over. 173 for 5 is the score after 38 overs. The game properly a hit away for the Ugandans to pick up the win. 4 runs in 72 balls. Uganda will be returning in action as they take on Mozambique at this very ground, whereas Nigeria return and take on Ghana at the lower ground, the Gahanga main oval. Lower, very okay to use because the other ground this ground is on slightly higher altitude compared to the other one. Nigeria, Sierra Leone at the IPRC cricket ground tomorrow. Abdullahi back into the attack for Nigeria. Off the inside edge of the bat, and Asiku will take the single to reduce it to 3 for the win.
Just not doing a lot of things, Ivan. They're just, yeah, it's 4 runs in 71 deliveries. They're not trying to get a boundary or whatever so that everyone can approach, like, you guys have done a lot. They're just doing the right things right. Single, a single, a single, just keeping the rotation happening. Richard Sohera, 16 off 11 with 3 boundaries, just back-to-back boundaries. Hitting that one hard, and it's racing all the way to the boundary. But Ivan, please make sure that this guy have got no other businesses here in Rwanda. The way he's rushing everything seems like he have something to get done back in the dugout.
Those are the winning runs for Uganda. And this is the role always done by those fielders who come in the middle order. Just make sure that they finish the job. Clearly, it was Samuel Ahaisibwe, Robert Oweri, who made sure that they build some bit of order and stability. And now the Ugandans will smile because they have the first win in the bag. Uganda winning this one by 5 wickets, and they will move forward with their shoulders high. Uganda won the toss and elected to bowl first in this game, limited Nigeria at only 176 all out in 45 overs. There was a solid 100 runs partnership between Kenneth Boniface and Okasha Isiaku, both of them scoring 97 and 34 respectively. 3 wickets apiece for Larry Elton Itagi and Felix Ochan, whereas Jackson Asuku, Hamidu Munugwa, and Abraizmir Ali picked up 1 wicket apiece. In this post, Uganda lost to some 2 early wickets, Devansh Kumar Patel 4 off 10 and Abraizmir Ali 7 off 21, but Samuel Ahiswe 72 off 90 and Robert Oweri's 31 off 78 led to the rebuilding job. Daniel Rubangakeni 2 off 5 and Jackson Asuku 17 off 14. In the end, Uganda crossing the lane and winning the game by 5 wickets. 2 wickets for Pelume Orimolade and 1 apiece for Abdullahi Ismail, Princewell Chigozi, and Okasha Isiaku. But all these not sufficient to help Nigeria to pick up the win. Both teams will return in action tomorrow. Nigeria takes on Ghana at the Gahanga main oval, whereas Uganda takes on Mozambique at this federal ground. And it is game day 1 set and match here at the Gahanga main oval. At the Gahanga B Stadium, sorry. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi here in the comms. Coming into this tournament as a media manager for Team Uganda Under 19, but just came around to give a few insights about the Ugandan team. I may not be available tomorrow, but don't get off your screens because Enoch Gasana, who was here with me in the comms, will be coming to you shortly to tell you, to make a bit of an interview with the captains, and maybe he will be in position to tell you what might have gone wrong as we hear from both captains, Rahmon Ali and Daniel Alex Rubangakeni, plus the player of match for this game. Don't go anywhere.
Respect. 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 Respect.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-match presentation of ICC Under-19 Men's Qualifiers. It's Division 2 happening right here in Rwanda, Kigali, Gahanga Cricket Stadium. And today it was Team Nigeria taking on Team Uganda. And unfortunately, Team Nigeria, they have lost the toss, being sent into half-bat first, and they have sent 176. And fortunately, Team Uganda, they have won the clash. I would like to call upon the captain of Nigeria to have some chat. Captain, please get closer. Where do you think that you have fallen short?
I feel we fell short at the start of the innings because the wicket was a 230, 240 wicket, and we had some early wicket that made us stay. And I feel we dropped a couple of catches that we should have taken that we should have won.
Apart from those 6 wickets you have lost in a quick succession, what do you talk about the innings of Boniface?
Yeah, he played a matured innings actually, and it was really top notch.
All the best in the upcoming game, Captain.
Thank you.
That was it from the captain of Team Nigeria, and I would like to call upon the captain of Team Uganda. Congratulations, Captain. Please, can you take us through your innings?
Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Our first innings, during the toss, I won the toss and we opted to bowl first. In our first innings, during the first 10 overs, we got early wickets, which we thought that we had the game on. But in the mid overs, Boniface came and scored some runs, which he scored 97, which made us our morale was totally down. But our pace bowlers, Ocha and Felix, came and did the work for us. He picked 3 wickets, 4 maidens, and he was hit for 24 runs. Coming in our second innings, they got our batters, our 2 opening batsmen really struggled. The Nigerian team got early wickets, which made our team to really struggle. But the fourth and the second batters really pushed our team, which Samuel, who was the second batter, scored for us some runs, and Owili also, he scored 31, which the 2 batters really pushed our team. And coming in, Sowera, Richard, the left-hander, also pushed us and made our team to win, to come victorious for this tournament. And for what I can say is, we are really very happy for this win. And coming tomorrow, we are also getting that win. Thank you.
All the best.
Yeah, thank you.
That's it from the winning captain of the Ugandan side, and this is the moment most of you have been waiting for. We are going to call the player of the match, and he is the player who have bowled 9 overs, got 4 maidens, conceded 24 runs, and picked 3 wickets. And I would like to call upon the third umpire, Isaac, to give out the award, and the player is Felix Ochan. Felix, congratulations in the very first place. I would like to ask you, what does it mean being the player of the match on the very first game of this tournament, of these qualifiers?
Yeah, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You can call me Felix Ochan. For me to be the player of the match, this was my dream that I've been dreaming since I started playing cricket, because I'm a typical cricketer, not a footballer, not what. That's why I put in more work. Every day I get it from school. They allow me go and train every day willingly also. So that has made me to set a dream. I've been succeeding a lot of dreams in cricket, and also this one was my dream again, and also I've set another one. To make me to be the player of the match today, I was following my coach's advice my team coaches and the coaches that are at my schools that are always giving me, and some of my role models like Juma Miyaji, the Uganda national cricketer, then Dale Still, the legend that I've been always following them. So what my coaches do tell me and my role model is just to keep the discipline of the game and outside the game. That was what made me to be the player of the match, because I was bowling also in business. Yeah, I was doing business in cricket through bowling. So I had to put in more effort so that I can lift up my team. Also, sometimes I was fighting for my badge for Uganda so that we can also take something back. So thank you. Those are what I could only say. Yeah.
I wish you to be the player of the match even the next game.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was it from the player of the match, and it's ICC Under-19 Men's Africa Division 2 qualifiers. It was Team Nigeria taking on Team Uganda, and Team Uganda have won this contest. Please stay tuned. Even tomorrow, we are coming back.